ask that when we open it up to questions after his opening remarks, please raise your hand. We'll get a mic holder to you, identify your name and your corresponding outlet. And with that, please welcome Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark.
Before we begin today's events, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the tragic flooding in Texas this weekend, particularly the devastating events at Camp Mystic. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and everyone affected. We are keeping the entire community in our thoughts. I'd like to just pause for a moment. Thank you. It's great to have our 2025 Football Media Days powered by Microsoft Copilot back in Texas. I want to thank the Dallas Cowboys and the Jones family for hosting us in this remarkable venue. I'd like to thank every member of the media for being here and for your continued coverage of our conference. There's been plenty to write about over the last year, and I believe your coverage has remained fair, balanced, and thoughtful. I'd also like to thank our media, commercial, and bowl partners that are here with us today. 6 weeks from now, the Big 12 will kick off its 30th football season in Dublin, Ireland. This will be a historic moment for Iowa State, K-State, and the entire Big 12. And we look forward to returning next year when TCU hosts North Carolina. All eyes will be on our league, both at home and around the globe. But before we talk about where we're going, let's take a moment to look back. The Big 12 will always be ambitious, because that's who we are.
The king's back in the throne's mine. The future's here and it's my time.
It's Big View kickoff.
Yeah, got 'em back in business.
The wildly entertaining and unpredictable Big 12 has a champion. Arizona State, the Big 12 champions. Oh, what a superhuman! Give him the Heisman now.
The Heisman goes to Travis Hunter.
Touchdown! Kansas State takes the lead. This tosses it. Touchdown! Touchdown TCU. Keeps it 7-2. And the Cyclones seal the deal. Jenkins scoring. He might get a touchdown. They are in the college football playoff. Looking for Scatterboot. He gets up. Scatterboot's going to try to throw it. And it is caught. And into the end zone goes McClain.
It's Big 12 soccer here at CPKC Stadium.
Came to play, we feel the heat. Break the chains and turn me loose. I'm bringing fire.
Big 12 tournament champions. The dream remains a Satake has done it. They're down. Omaha bound.
We feel the heat. Now it's time to turn me loose.
Welcome to Inside the 12's Big 12 Football Schedule Reveal Show.
Now turn me loose. Now turn me loose.
With the second pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
With the 8th pick, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan.
Just like 1994. It is caught. What a catch. Dropped off. Intercepted. And there's the finishing touch. The blitz, and he got him. Whoa. He got level. Dangerous. All the way for 6.
Now it's time to turn me loose.
As you just saw, it was a remarkable year for the Big 12, on and off the field. It marked our first season as a 16-team league spanning 10 states, 4 time zones, and it exceeded even our highest expectations. Each of our 16 institutions contributed immense value to the conference. Arizona State earned its way into the CFP and played in a thrilling Peach Bowl. Colorado produced a Heisman Trophy winner. 31 Big 12 athletes were selected in the 2025 NFL Draft, which matched the conference's highest total since 2005. Beyond football, BYU brought home 2 national championships in cross country. Houston men's basketball made a dramatic run to the NCAA national championship game. TCU reached the Elite 8 in women's basketball, while their beach volleyball team won the national championship. Utah made it to the gymnastics finals and won a championship in skiing, while Oklahoma State captured a national title in golf. As the year came to a close, Texas Tech softball captivated the sports world with a run to the national championship, while Arizona advanced to the Men's College World Series. To put a bow on the year, I'm excited to announce the winner of the first ever Commissioner's Cup, an award created to honor the Big 12 program that excelled both academically and athletically throughout the year. This year's winner, Arizona State. Congratulations to President Crow, Graham Rossini, and the entire Sun Devils community. I also want to recognize the recipients of the 3rd annual Bob Bowlesby Award, given to student athletes who exemplify leadership and achievement both on and off the field. This year's honorees are Travis Hunter from Colorado and Megan Hunter from BYU Track and Field. A huge congratulations to both of you. While it was a great year on the field, it was equally impressive off it. We launched 2 branded media platforms, our linear channel, Big 12 Studios, and Big 12 Radio on TuneIn. These platforms have provided the Big 12 with year-round storytelling and has enabled us to promote Big 12 student athletes of all sports. Earlier this year, we announced that TNT will be joining the Big 12 family as they will broadcast both football and basketball starting this fall. Their digital platform, Bleacher Report, will also be heavily involved in promoting our league. Our social media following grew by more than 200,000 this year, solidifying our place as the 2nd most followed conference on Twitter and Instagram. Our commercial business continues to grow rapidly, as evidenced by our recent announcements with PayPal and Microsoft. And I do anticipate there will be more announcements like this in the very near future. Looking ahead, our focus remains on thriving in this new era of college athletics. Strengthening our football product remains essential. We are committed to continued investment and growth. Every school in our league has committed to providing the highest level of benefits to our student athletes. And once again, I believe we will be the deepest football conference in America. No league offers the competitive balance that we do. Last season, the Big 12 led the nation in 4th quarter lead changes and go-ahead scores in the final minute of conference games. And this year, our star power, especially at quarterback, will be on full display. The Big 12 returns 9 starting quarterbacks who threw for over 2,400 yards last season. The rest of the Power 4 combined, just 11. We also boast one of the nation's top coaching lineups, from Hall of Famers to rising stars. I fully expect the Big 12 to earn multiple college football playoff bids this year, and to show once again that we can compete with anyone. Speaking of the CFP, we continue to believe the 5-11 model proposed by the Big 12 and the ACC is the right playoff format for college football. We want to earn it on the field. We do not need a professional model because we are not the NFL. We are college football, and we must act like it. There is nothing in sports like college football, and we must protect what makes it special and do what's right for the fans and the game. Beyond football, growing our commercial business remains a top priority for our conference. We continue to lead as a conference of innovation, pushing boundaries, and creating new opportunities. Our PayPal partnership is a perfect example of how we're leveraging the full scale of a 16-team league. This requires great collaboration with our schools and their MMR partners. We have strengthened our business and brand infrastructure to ensure we can execute at the highest levels while supporting our schools more effectively. Last week, we announced a new leadership structure featuring Chief Brand and Business Officer Tyrell Kirkham and COO and GC Jessica Presnell, who will play a key role in this effort. We've also consolidated all of our business verticals under Big 12 enterprises to create a more seamless approach for the marketplace. This restructuring positions us for long-term success in the evolving college athletics landscape. From a brand perspective, the Big 12 profile is as strong as it's ever been. We truly have become a national conference, and our narrative has extended beyond the sports page. This year, you'll see us double down in that effort, including exploring documentaries and storytelling opportunities, new ventures in licensing and collectibles, a continuation of our partnership with WWE, and a new partnership that will give every Big 12 student athlete their own custom app, completely free, to help build their personal brand. Establishing and maintaining our position within the Power Four also remains a key priority for us. And frankly, I feel better about our position than ever before. I will continue to collaborate with my commissioner colleagues on a new governance model that will provide the Power Four with more autonomy and influence around decision-making in key areas. We anticipate this being done sometime in August. We will also advance our work with the College Sports Commission and CEO Brian Seeley. One of the primary goals of CSC is to change the market from pay-for-play to a market of true third-party NIL. The CSC's enforcement of punitive measures towards those who break the rules will change behavior in college athletics. It is crucial that CSC leadership, my Power Four colleagues, and I continue to spend the time necessary to guide and partner with our schools into this new age of college athletics. Alongside the CSC, we will still need congressional help, and we continue to work towards that. This is a defining moment for all of us, and one that we need to take full advantage of. There has never been a better time to be part of the Big 12 than right now. Our football product will compete at the highest levels. We've been the best conference in men's basketball over the last 10 years, and we are doubling down on women's basketball and Olympic sports. We have a board and AD room that is unified with a clear vision for the future. We are in a period of change and growth for our industry. But as we enter into this new era, I can promise one thing: the Big 12 remains open for business. We will continue to reside at the intersection of sport, culture, and business. We truly are a different league. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will start by opening up with questions. First question, Brett Murphy, newly minted On3 reporter.
How you doing, Brett?
It's good to see you, my friend.
You too. This is your 3rd anniversary as Commissioner of the Big 12. Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you.
How would you evaluate the improvement and changes of the league since you first arrived?
Great question, and thank you for that, and I'm going to give that answer in a moment. I'd be remiss if I didn't wish my son a happy birthday on his 21st, which is today. I know he's watching, so Drake, I love being your dad. So Brett, to your question, I'm thrilled with where the Big 12 is right now. You know, 3 years ago, I didn't walk on the stage, I sat on the stage, which was a little uncomfortable for me. And I said I wanted to modernize this conference. I wanted to be more contemporary. I wanted to get on the consciousness of future student athletes. I wanted to create a foundation that would enable us to succeed. I wanted to be a national conference. I wanted to double down with ESPN and Fox. We've done all of that and more. I love the trajectory of this conference. I love where we're going. Our schools are making incredible investments in infrastructure, performance, and student athletes. It's everything I could have wished for when I took this job 3 years ago, but I will tell you, we're just getting started. This conference is today not the best version of itself, but we will be sooner than later. And as I said earlier, we have a unified board, an incredible group of ADs. We share in the vision for this conference, and I'm excited about our future. But thank you for the question.
Gentleman in the, is that a tan blazer, I believe?
Yeah, I'll call it that. I think that's about
Great.
right.
I like that tan blazer.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Brett, I'm wondering, what could good attendance and a successful kickoff game in Ireland this August mean for future Big 12 international expansion? And I'm Ben Hutchins with the Quad City Times.
Yeah, great question. Listen, I've been on the record to say that I want this conference to be a global conference. I think we can win globally, big time. Playing in Ireland, obviously, is that first step. We'll return there next year, as I said in my opening comments. There's a good chance we'll be in Mexico City next spring for baseball. Baylor's kicking off, the women are, the basketball season in Paris this year. And we're having conversations with other countries throughout the world that are very interested in bringing the Big 12 to their marketplace. So I think the game in Ireland is an impetus, if you will, for future global expansion, and I'm all in on it. I think it's critically important, you know, for our conference. Thank you for your question.
Great. We'll go to Big 12 legend Barry Trammell.
Barry, it is great to see you. You asked me, I think, my first question 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember.
Do you remember that?
I do not remember that at all.
Yeah, I think it was about the TV deal, or maybe it was about Oklahoma and Texas. I don't know what it was. But
it was some nonsense.
Yeah, it was some nonsense. You're right. But go ahead, my friend. Good to see you.
You mentioned the Big 12 support for 511 model. Last season, the committee didn't show much respect to the Big 12 in its final rankings. Is there a tightrope you have to walk when you're trying to decide whether to support the 511 or the automatic qualifiers? Getting two automatics might be enticing after the respect that the committee failed to show you.
I have a lot of faith in the selection process. I was recently in North Carolina. We had a CFP meeting that was hosted by the executive director, Richard Clark, who is here today. Welcome, Richard. They are doing a full audit of the selection process to figure out how they can modernize and contemporize and how they use data and how certain metrics can be more heavily weighted. Most importantly, they have a great leader, Mack Rhoades of Baylor. And I have a lot of faith in Mack Rhoades and the work he's doing with the selection committee. So I have a lot of faith in what they're doing. And 511 is fair. We want to earn it on the field. It might not be the best solution today for the Big 12, given your comments about AQs. But long term, knowing the progress we're making, the investments we're making, it's the right format for us. And I'm doubling down today on 511. And I know Jim Phillips will, and I'm sure some of the other conference commissioners will as well.
Go ahead.
Tyler Budge, CF Budge, kind of piggyback.
Tyler, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Brett. How are you?
Is this your first media day?
It's not. It's like 4 or 5 at this point.
Okay, good to see you.
Thank you. Kind of in the same vein with the 511 model, it's been talked about how some of the criteria for the committee might change with the adoption of that model, at the promise of factoring in strength of schedule more heavily. I know you just touched on it a little bit, but talking about those factors changing and the criteria changing, how does that factor into your support of that model?
Listen, I'm going to defer to Richard Clark. He's here today, but I think as you look at how things are weighted, the different metrics, strength of schedule matters. And there's some new metrics that are going to be brought into the puzzle, I think, as well, to complement what's already there. So again, I'm confident we'll get to the right place, and ultimately I'm confident we'll go to 5-11.
Great. We'll go to Melissa. While we wait for the mic, everyone should know Melissa, who's about to ask this question, was my 7th grade basketball coach. So
Where's Melissa?
make sure you show her the love. And I also was team MVP. Not that anyone asked, but.
I don't know if we need to verify the team MVP thing, Clark, but I'm going to let you have it.
Melissa,
still send my box score.
Melissa, was he any good?
Listen, Clark was the best player on a very middle school basketball team. That's
what I do best. Best out of mid.
So you're saying he was an outlier on a team that wasn't that good?
You know what? I like the way that you phrased that. That's why you're up there and I'm down here, right?
Okay. All right. Clark, congratulations. Okay.
I feel like we've derailed this whole thing, but it actually segues nicely into my question. So thank you, Clark. Melissa Treebwasser with Frogs Insider.
Nice to see you.
You mentioned doubling down on women's basketball in the Olympic sports in an era of rev share where I would say every fan base wants every dollar thrown to football. What is that practically going to look like in this conference?
I can't speak for our schools because obviously they determine how they want to slice the pie, if you will. But I can tell you in conversations, women's basketball matters. And it matters to our conference. We want more linear exposure for our games, which we're working on. And, from a conference perspective, we're looking to elevate and amplify women's basketball in all the right ways. Candidly, last year I went to more women's basketball than I did men's basketball. I've become a big fan. So we're going to work to double down, as I mentioned in my comments, and I'm excited about where we're going. Thank you for your question.
Next question.
How you doing, Brett?
How you doing?
I'm Jared Ramirez with RedRaidersports.com.
Red Raider, did you say?
Red Raider Sports, yes, sir.
Okay, and is this your first media day or not?
That's my second one.
Second. How do you like the setup versus Vegas?
I wasn't in Vegas last year. I went to Arlington the year before that.
But what do you think about it here?
It's pretty nice.
You like it?
Yes, sir.
It feels big?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, good.
I like
Thank
it,
you.
yes.
Awesome.
The stage is nice.
The stage is nice?
Yes.
Great.
You've put a big emphasis on expanding the conference's brand nationally and globally, like with the partnership with the WWE. Have you seen that partnership impact the conference, and do you have any more details on like future plans with the WWE?
We're going to make an announcement when, Tyrell? Tomorrow. So I can't give it to you today, but we're making an announcement regarding WWE. We're going to double down with them. I can tell you that when we do collaborative activations, the engagement on social media is the highest we experience from a conference perspective. They are a terrific partner. They've been with us since day one. They continue to grow with us, and we'll have an announcement tomorrow that will answer your question. But be rest assured, they're part of our plans today and moving forward. Thank you.
Go to Mitch Harper with KSL.
Yeah, Brett, right over here.
Oh,
Mitch
now
Harper.
You've been here a couple of years.
You know me. I'm always here.
How are you today?
Doing great, Brett. Mitch Harper, KSL Sports in Salt Lake. I'm curious, you mentioned that you believe this is the deepest football conference in America. How critical is it, though, for your league to have one or two brands that emerge annually as playoff contenders in your viewpoint?
Critical. I like how you stated that. I think parity matters, and I think ultimately over time, and it's hopefully sooner than later, there'll be a couple of our schools that will emerge, as elite schools that are always part of the conversations at the highest levels, and that's what we're working towards. But it starts with parity and being competitive top to bottom, and I think we're there. And I think we're the best in the conference, or in the country, when you think about how deep we are, top to bottom. But I do believe that long term, you need certain schools to emerge to the top, and I think we're getting there. But great question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you again.
You got one
you
more.
have one more. This will be the last one.
Right here, Commissioner. Hello.
Nice
Max Peta, Walter Cronkite Sports Network.
Is this your first?
This is my first media day.
What do you think?
It looks great. Absolutely great.
Have you experienced any other conference media day?
I've watched them on TV, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. My question, the coaches and athletic directors made the decision to forego the preseason media poll. Obviously, it's no secret Arizona State was picked to finish dead last. Is this a trend that we're going to see across the rest of the sports, including basketball and others? How involved were you in that decision? And do you feel like that this is maybe a positive trend that foregoing preseason media polls is the best for the sport?
Well, it was the coaches poll for our conference, and I think it disadvantaged Arizona State last year. They were picked 16th, and I think that hurt them. And Scott Draber, our chief competition officer, and I discussed this. I think there's no value. And I also feel that with the transfer portal and with roster management and what goes on, you know, as you build that roster, no one knows what they really have. They know what they have on paper, but it hasn't played out. And that was the case with Arizona State last year. So I don't know if it's a trend or not, but certainly it's the right thing for the Big 12, and I'm glad we did it. But thank you for your question.
I'll just add on to that real quick as our department kind of runs the media portion of that. It is not indicative of a future trend in any other sports. This is solely a football decision. Obviously, any future sport decisions will be unrelated to this one. Now we do have one last question. I apologize.
Where's that?
Hi, Commissioner.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Joe Londrigan with Latavius Murray's Knights 247. Regarding the media poll that the last gentleman just asked about, sorry about the feedback, but I guess is cutting back on that a way to eliminate any misperceptions of teams that are in the running for the college football playoff as well?
Well, I mean, I guess collectively, you know, that could be some rationale. But for me and for the conference, we don't want to disadvantage any of our schools because again, with roster management and the transfer portal, no one knows really what they have until they take the field. And I think it was the right decision for us, and I'm happy we made it. But thank you again for your question.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and we really appreciate it. Next coach will go in about 10 minutes up on stage, and looking forward to spending time with y'all. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's no better to be safe than sorry. Take on me. Take on me. Take me. Take on me. I'll be sexy for this cash, too sexy for these beat, too sexy for the too sexy for your girl, too sexy for this world, too sexy for this ice, too sexy for that, yeah. I'm too sexy for this chain, too sexy for your game, too sexy for this fame, yeah. I'm too sexy for the trap, too sexy for that cap, too sexy for that jab, yeah.
Let's go now.
Too sexy for this chain, too sexy for your too sexy for this fame, yeah. I'm too sexy for the too sexy for that cap, too sexy for that jab, yeah. Okay, alright, that's fine, okay. I'm feeling too sexy to accept requests, and I'm way too sexy to go unprotected. And she popped the Tesla, now she gone electric. Okay, alright, that's fine, okay. Think we got too sexy for that metro housing. Diamond popped out, almost swallowed 60,000. Section need more things in here, I like it crowded. Whoa, yeah, I like it crowded. Oh, you like the boy, well tell me what you like about him. You a turned a little wife about it. Send no back to metro housing. Okay, alright, that's fine.
Let's go now.
Too sexy for this cash, too sexy for these pills, too sexy for this syrup, too sexy for your girl, too sexy for the trap, too sexy for that cap, too sexy for that jab, yeah.
Turn the lights off in this place, and she shines just like a star. And I swear I know her face, I just don't know who you are. Turn the music up in here, I still hear her loud and clear, like she's right there in my ear, telling me that she wants to own me, to control me. Come closer, come closer. And I just can't hold myself away. Under a spell I can't break. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. And I just can't bring myself no way. But I don't want to escape. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Big 12 Football Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot. Before we start today's coaches press conference, we ask that if you have a question, please raise your hand, and one of our microphone holders will come to you. Once you're called on, please kindly state your name and media affiliation before asking your question. We will soon begin our scheduled sessions with the head coaches from across the Big 12 Conference. As each coach joins us at the podium, again, we ask you to adhere to the question protocol. We are running a few minutes behind, so make sure you're paying attention as we announce the coaches. We'll get started here shortly. We now begin day one session of Big 12 Football Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot. Representing BYU, please welcome head coach Kalani Satake. We'll start with an opening statement. Coach, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Russell. First of all, I want to thank Cosmo and our cheerleaders. Thank you for distracting everybody as I walked up. We're excited to be here in Frisco, Texas for Big 12 Media Days, and it's an honor for us to be here and for me to represent BYU as its head coach. Well, first I want to express our appreciation to the leadership of the Big 12, Commissioner Yormark and his staff, and everyone that put so much effort into making this an amazing day for our coaches and also for our players. I look forward to answering any questions you guys may have, but before I do that, I want to first also express my appreciation to all the partners, all the schools that are involved in the Big 12 Conference, especially the head coaches. It's amazing when you look at the talent in our teams and our programs, but I look at the head coaches and they're being able to get to know them, and I appreciate their friendship and their kindness to me. It's been really helpful for me being in this conference with them, and I look forward to competing with them on the field. It's an honor for us to compete on the field with them and their programs. And I also want to express our appreciation to our fans, BYU, and specifically our student body and our alumni, and also the faculty and staff that work at BYU. Also want to recognize, officially recognize our president, C. Shane Reese, and also Keith Vorkink, our vice president. And also want to officially welcome our athletic director, Brian Santiago. Brian is in a new role as the athletic director. I've been around him for the last 10 years, and I've seen his leadership and his commitment. He was Tom Homo's right-hand man, and I'm glad and I'm excited to follow his leadership and to work with him, not only in our BYU football program, but also in the athletic department and at the university. Also want to let our players know how much I appreciate them, and we have 5 young men that are out here representing the team. The difficult part is that I think I could have chosen from about 30 leaders that I think will do a great job speaking here for our program in media days. But we have on our offensive side, we have LJ Martin and Chase, who's a running back, and a receiver, Chase Roberts. On the defensive side, we have linebackers, Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasker, and defensive tackle, Keanu Tanuvasa. That being said, I want to open up the floor for you guys to ask me any questions and get this thing started. Thank you.
Senator.
Tyler Budge, CF Budge. Coach, in the face of some off-the-field distractions this offseason, you said a little bit ago that every team develops its own identity. In the face of this uncertainty, what identity have you seen start to emerge with your group, or is that something that you don't fully see until the fall?
I think the identity is still a work in progress. I think you have to have a foundation that's set on some principles, and you have to have a mission that you want your program to follow through with. So we have all those in place, but I think there's room for flexibility for our team to find their own identity, and that's usually done with the leaders and the team itself. I would love for me to speak for them, but you have 5 young men that can do that, and I think as we go throughout the year, we'll start to establish their identity, not only on the field, but off the field. So I'm looking forward to the leadership, and there's so much excitement and energy around our program, and that's a big part of what the players and how they conduct themselves.
Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand. Our microphone holders will go to you. We'll go here to center left.
Drake Toll, Locked On Big 12. Coach, losing a senior quarterback, how has the locker room reacted to that, and where's the QB battle set?
Yeah, I think well, first of all, there's competition in every position. So I think the one that gets the most attention is quarterback in every program. But everybody in our program, everybody has to be competitive, and you have to fight for your spot. And then you have to balance that with loving each other and mentoring and taking care of each other. So that's a fine line that I mentioned before. All the head coaches do a great job at doing that in their programs. I think for me, it's just allowing the guys to compete. In the quarterback room, we have, if you're going to play at BYU, you have to be able to throw the ball. So we have guys that can sling the ball, and they all have different skill sets. The fortunate part for me is I have a coaching staff that was able to keep intact, and so there's always a knowledge of the offense for the guys that are there, and then we have incoming talent that I think could be really special for us. So let's settle it on the field, let them compete, and then I only know one way, and I just play the best guys. That's how it works.
Okay, we have a question here in the center, third row.
Jason Christensen, the Daily Universe. Good to see you, Coach. With the recent events this last few weeks, there's been a lot of attention to the honor code, and I wanted to hear your thoughts on what it means to you to be at a university that has an honor code and what role it plays for you as a coach and a mentor of these young men.
Yeah, our university is, we're sponsored and affiliated with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So there's a level of expectation and a standard that we ask our student athletes and our students all together to live by. Every school has their standards. We have ours too, and our expectations. We have an academic expectation as well. So if young people don't fit the academic criteria, then they don't get in school. So these are just part of the things that you have to be committed to, and we expect our students to live according to what they signed up for.
Okay, we have a question here in the center left.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. Coach, just to be clear, you don't anticipate Jake being a part of the program going forward, is that correct?
I think right now, first of all, I love Jake Retzloff. We love Jake Retzloff and appreciate all that he's done for our program. I think it would be inappropriate for me to make a statement in his situation first. I think that's his right. I think it's a private matter that he can speak for himself, and I'm going to give him the opportunity to do that.
Kalani, Jake Hatch, Locked On Podcast Network. Just wanted to ask you, in your opinion, looking ahead to this upcoming season, what's different about this team versus previous iterations of your football program?
We'll figure it out. We'll find out. My job as a head coach is to make sure that we're playing at our best. Did we do that last year? Not consistently enough for me. And so I've got a lot of things to work on and a lot of things that I've learned from quite a bit. I'm going into my 10th year as a head coach, and so I'd like to say that I'm kind of older now and hopefully wiser, but I do know one thing: if we're going to make any improvement, it's got to start with me first, and then I think everybody can figure out how to get that much better themselves. And so I'm going to focus on things that I can do, which is control the team and give them an opportunity and a culture, an environment where they can really thrive, whether if they're a new and incoming player or if they're someone that's developed in our program throughout the years.
Okay, question, center left.
JT Wissersell, Locked On Utes. Kalani, how has BYU's recruiting really transformed a monster class this year, and what do you think of the individuals you brought in?
I think the key has been just the invite to the Big 12 Conference, first of all. When this thing all started, first of all, I got the job. We were an independent team. When I grew up cheering for BYU as a young kid, we were in the WAC, then we went in the Mountain West and went to Independence. So the difference was the change, and first of all, the leadership that Tom Homo had with us as athletic director. He did an amazing job. He's retired now and probably got his toes in the sand right now, but his leadership was amazing. He was able to work with Brian Santiago and his staff and get this program ready to enter a power conference like the Big 12. And so when that opportunity came, when I first got the job, he asked me what we want to get done, and the goal was to play the best that we can, even with an independent schedule, try to get the toughest teams on our schedule, and we'll learn from the experiences as we did that throughout the years. And following his leadership, I think it's prepared the entire program and other sports the opportunity to just kind of be prepping for the enter into the Big 12. So when we got invited, that was kind of the change. Now we're in the power conference and thankful to the Big 12 for inviting us into the conference. But we saw things change, not just from resources, but also just it just kind of settled a lot of arguments for people not to come to BYU. And so now going to our third year, we feel like we're in a good momentum and got some good things going. But all that had to happen with what Tom Homo did for us in the 2 decades that he was the AD.
All right, we have time for one final question. Third
Perfect.
row.
Sam Foster, Daily Universe. Just going off that 2026 recruiting class is one of the best in BYU history. Now that students they decommit a lot and they transfer a lot more than in previous years, how do you make sure that these students that you're recruiting for 2026 stay with this program, and a lot of them are going to go on missions? How do you make sure that you keep them on board for years to come?
That's my job. I have to do a great job at creating an environment that they want to be a part of, and a lot of that is understanding them and creating an environment where they want to be focused on getting a degree. I think the transferring quite a bit is you lose credits, and we got to get the focus right back on the students getting and earning a degree, and so that's what we're going to focus on. And I want to develop them in a lot of different ways. A lot of the young men that are coming back into our program through the transfer portal, we recruited the first time. So I'd like to get it right the first time. It seems like we're doing better now than we did before. So let's just try to do that and hang on to them. I'd rather do it that way and get it right. And that's on me. If I'm not able to retain them, then that's my fault. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you, sports media, for all you do for our game. College football is in a really good spot, and a lot of you guys have to do for that. Thank you.
Scrums after the main stage press conference this year, so you can ask your questions for Coach during the team's breakout later this afternoon. Shortly, we'll have Texas Tech coach Joey Maguire. On the podium is Texas Tech head coach Joey Maguire. We'll begin with your opening statement, Coach, and we'll open up to the floor for questions from the media.
Thank you. It's exciting to see everybody. Whenever we're here at Media Day, that means football is just right around the corner. Before I talk about my team, being a proud Texan and being nowhere else, I just want to again, we put this out the other day, but our prayers are with everybody in Central Texas. Have family that live in those areas and have had different alumni reach out to me that have had young ladies and kids going to different camps. And so I just want to say that at Texas Tech, we're praying for you guys. I can't imagine Debbie and I have talked about it as parents of what they're going through, and just want to know that you are in our thoughts and our prayers. I'm honored to represent Texas Tech. I'm honored to represent our administration and the best AD in the country in Kirby Holcutt. We're really excited. We brought 6 players with us to represent Texas Tech. Our quarterback, Baron Morton, our wide receiver, Caleb Douglas, our outside linebacker, Romello Height, the preseason defensive player of the year, Jacob Rodriguez, Lee Hunter, our defensive tackle, and then Cole Wisniewski, our safety. Really excited about what they've done, help bringing this new team together. We have had a great spring. We have had a great summer, and man, we cannot wait for camp to start, and we cannot wait for the season to start. So with that, open up for questions.
Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand. Got one here in the front, center.
Hello, Coach.
How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Great.
Wanted to ask you just about Caleb and what have you seen in his development coming off of last season, obviously off season, and as he prepares for this upcoming 2025 season to be able to enhance the offense that you presented.
Yeah, I'm excited. Caleb Douglas, I've known him for a long time, recruiting him out of high school. He's really developing as a big play guy. He really came on strong in the Big 12. I think he had 5 100-yard games in the Big 12 last year, and had a 100-yard game against Arkansas. He had a good spring. He's one of the guys that has an opportunity with a big year to declare early for the draft, and if he does that, it means he had a great year, and that's good for the Red Raiders. But I'm just really proud of him. And one of the reasons he's one of the 6 that we brought is because of his leadership that he's shown in off-season and the voice that he's developed in that wide receiver room. He's become a real leader. He and Coy Aiken are the 2 leaders in that room, and excited about the season that he's going to have.
All right, again, if you have a question, please raise your hand until our microphone holder gets to you. Also, please state your name and media affiliation.
Stephen Johnson, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. How you doing, Coach?
Doing good, man.
Yes, sir. So you guys, with what you guys did in the portal on the recruiting trail, I kind of feel like you guys have been one of these programs that's kind of taken up a lot of attention this offseason. First, I guess, how exciting has that been for you? And I guess, what are your expectations for the program this year with so much talent, both returning and what you guys are bringing in?
Yeah, it's been a fun off season. We were really aggressive whenever it came to the portal and meeting some of our needs for the football team. I've been really proud of those guys for, I always look at what's the feel in the locker room culturally, the standard that we practice at, but then other things, like this is the 3rd semester in a row that we've had a 3.0 or better as a GPA. And we brought in all those new guys. A lot of them have already graduated from college, but are still taking 12 hours, and we're able to do that in the classroom. I know there's a lot of expectations on the team. We look at it as opportunities. Jack Richards, a good friend of mine, went to Texas Tech. Son played at Texas Tech, and he sent me that text. He says, expectation or opportunities, it's all perspective. And we look at it that we have a great opportunity. I think this conference is really strong. There's a lot of teams that have some big opportunities this year to really make a statement, and we're planning on being one of them.
All right, go center right, 6 rows back.
Tyler Budge, CF Budge. Coach, you guys had Zach Kitley last season as one of the brightest young offensive minds in the sport. He obviously gets the opportunity to lead FAU this season as the head coach. And you went and got Mac Leftwich this offseason, another guy that is in a similar position, a rising, young, great offensive mind. Do you anticipate he'll eventually get an opportunity to lead a team as well? And can you describe what it means to your team to have a guy like that in the building for another year?
Yeah, I think Mac, I knew Zach was going to be a head coach. He has those qualities, and I'm excited for him. I want to be around guys that want to move up, that want to be coordinators and want to be head coaches. I see the same thing in Mac. You know, he's a coach's kid, just like Zach was, and he understands, you know, what it takes to lead a team. I've been really impressed. I'm excited to go into a game with him. I've seen what he's doing, you know, whenever he attacks our defense, but I'm ready to see what he did. But, you know, you look at, there's two young guys that have had a lot of success. Kitley had a lot of success at Western Kentucky and had a lot of success at Texas Tech. And Mac has done the same thing. He did it at Incarnate Word. He did it at Texas State. And I know he's really excited about the offense that he has to lead. But I really do think Mac will be a head coach. I'm hoping I get to keep him for at least 3 years like I got to keep Kitley. But I expect him to be a head coach someday.
All right, we'll go to center left.
Bryce Cherry, Waco Trib. Joey, how are you?
What's up, man? It's great to see you.
Good to see you. Micah Hudson was a guy that had kind of a unique offseason. Can you just walk us through the re-recruitment of him and what are your expectations for him next season?
Yeah, thank you for that question. You know, whenever the portal opened up, I called his mom. And I said, I'm going to reach out to Micah because his mom didn't want him to leave. And she said, you don't have to worry about reaching out to Micah. He's coming to see you face to face. And I said, well, I can give him a call. And she goes, no, whenever he left your office, whenever he got in the portal, he did it as a man, and he's going to come back and talk to you face to face. And, you know, the first thing I did before he even started talking, I said, Micah, let me open up and tell you what I feel like I did wrong and what I would do different if I could do it over again. And I think that really, we've had a really good relationship. It got strained at the end, and I think that really kind of opened that, you know, took some of the barriers down. Maybe he was worried that I'd be upset with him. And he's been good, man. We really, you know, right now through the spring and the summer, our mindset as a team is make the main thing the main thing. And the main thing is be on time. And then the second part is when you walk into the building or walk on the football field, empty the tank. This is the standard we're going to practice at. And that's all I'm asking out of these guys right now. And he's done that this summer. So I'm glad to have him back. And I think it's going to be a great story.
How are you, Coach?
What's up, buddy?
I'm Jarrett Ramirez with RedRaidersports.com.
Wreck 'em.
Yes, sir. Obviously, a lot of the focus is going to be on the defensive side and what you brought in with the portal. But like you said in your statement, Jacob Rodriguez was named preseason Defensive Player of the Year. How big was it to get him back for this year, and what does he mean for you and your team as a whole?
Yeah, it was huge. You know, we had the conversation. He and his wife came into my office, sit down with, we do a PowerPoint presentation for guys that are eligible for the draft, and all the information that we get from the NFL and from the scouts. And we sit down with him and his wife and, you know, walk through where we thought he would go and what the benefits would be for him coming back. And man, I'm just glad he made the choice to come back. You know, he is such a rock star when it comes to our culture and our building and the way we work. I mean, he's a pro. You know, he understands, and we're always searching for people's why. When you have older guys like him who's married, it's easy to know his why. And so we were able to use that and make sure he came back. And so I was excited, very honored that he was named preseason Defensive Player of the Year. And now he knows he's got to go back it up.
We have time for one final question. We'll go center rack right.
Hi, Coach. Joe Lonergan with Latavius Murray's Knights 247. You brought Lee Hunter with you this week. Can you talk about how he's fit in with your program these last several months and what your expectations are for him this season?
Yeah, if you hadn't got to talk to Lee, man, he's bigger than life, man. He's got such a great personality. The one thing that we didn't want to do whenever we brought all these new guys in, some of these guys have been leaders on their previous teams, and so we wanted to make sure that we gave them a voice. We gave him a voice, but he's been incredible. Have high expectations just from the standpoint of the level that he can play at and his ability. But I will tell you this, one thing that's fun coming into work every day is we knew that we brought in some really good football players, but we brought in some great men. Like, that's been by far the biggest thing that stand out is we have brought in some really good men that have really helped our culture grow and create this team chemistry. And so really proud of that.
Hey, Coach, thank you, and good luck this season.
All right, thank y'all very much. Wreck 'em.
I say, hold up. Let me know if you're good to go. I say, hold up. I say, hold up. Hold up. I say, hold up. Wait. Whooping through the city with the big dogs. Going with me.
Again, welcome to Big 12 Football Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot. Welcome to the stage, Iowa State head coach Matt Campbell. Coach, we'll start with an opening statement and then open it up for questions. Media, if you have a question, please raise your hand until we have a microphone holder next to you. Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, just an honor to be here today. I can't believe we're going into our 10th football season here at Iowa State. It's truly an honor to represent Iowa State University, our athletic department, and certainly our football program. And, from my standpoint, been really rewarding to watch our football program align itself back together in January. And really watch the strain of our young men really go to work on continuing to elevate our football program forward. And we brought 5 tremendous young men here today with us. I'd like to talk a little bit about each one of them really quick. On the defensive side of the football, we brought our senior safety, Jeremiah Cooper, a young man that started for 4 years in our football program, has had a tremendous career, really coming off another great year as a junior, and certainly expecting his best going into his senior year. Senior defensive tackle, nose guard, defensive lineman, Dominic Orange. You know, we feel like Dominic's got a chance to be one of the best players in the defensive line in the country. Really proud of what he's done and continues to do in our football program. Has made unbelievable growth on and off the football field, and certainly proud of who he is. And then junior defensive back, Jontez Williams, coming off 5 interception season from a year ago. Young man, one of the hardest workers in our football program, great young leader in our football program. And then on the offensive side of the football, 2 young men came with us today. Senior 6-year offensive lineman, a young man that's had a tremendous career, 4-year starter the last 4 years, and Tyler Miller has had a tremendous career. You talk about leader of men, one of the great leaders in our football program. And then last but certainly not least is our junior quarterback, Rocco Beck. And Rocco has evolved into one of the best quarterbacks in college football, a guy that has been just a great leader in our locker room, stands for what's right, and certainly really proud of all he stands for and what he does for our football program. So for me, it's been great to align with our coaches. Like I said, these great young men. We've got 18 great seniors, and a real great opportunity for Iowa State football to continue to grow itself forward. So with that said, we'll certainly answer any questions you'd have for us.
All right, we'll open up the questions to media. Please raise your hand if you have a question. We'll go here, center left. Barry.
Yeah, Barry Trammell, Tulsa World. Man, you're talking about Rocco. This is a pretty heavy quarterback league this year. A lot of veterans. Does that just keep you sort of even par? Does that keep you behind the 8 ball? What is having a veteran quarterback this particular year do for you?
Yeah, you know, and Barry, I probably don't know enough about everybody else in this conference from that perspective, but I do know about Rocco, and I know what he's proven not just last year, but the last 2 years. I'd say in a lot of ways, he's the reason why our football program has clawed back to where we are right now. And, you know, I thought he had an incredible redshirt freshman year, came onto the scene and really had a great year, you know, in 23. And then for him to have the maturity and honestly the leadership to do what he did last year was really special. I mean, the moments that he was able to play, especially when you look at, you know, late in the game, what he was able to do in some critical moments, the ability to extend plays, make the winning plays, really special. And so from our end of it, every time we've had a guy like that, it's given us a chance to reach our full potential as a football team and a program. And, you know, I think Rocco's leadership is as special as what I've seen or been around from a quarterback. So we're really proud of him. And obviously we've been really fortunate to have some great quarterbacks at Iowa State.
We're going to go to the center left, far back.
Good morning, Coach. I'm Melissa Cooper with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. So the Big 12 has changed a lot. You've seen teams leave the conference. You've seen new teams come in. But how does that impact the way that you recruit players, either from the transfer portal or high school players, in terms of illustrating that level of competition that players can expect?
Yeah, that's a unique question for sure, especially in our landscape today. I think probably the great thing about Iowa State football is we really haven't changed. And, you know, I think from our end of it, you know, we've certainly put a priority on recruiting high school student athletes into our football program and developing those young men and keeping those young men in our football program. And over the last 10 years, it's probably been the pillar of our success. Now, also certainly identifying, you know, using other resources to get player acquisition, you know, whether it's been the transfer portal, at one time it was graduate transfers. We've always tried to use every resource to build the best team year in and year out to help our team be the best. But I think what we've always tried to do is never flinch from the standards that it takes to play in our program. And it's probably the one nice thing about being at one place now for 10 years is we know who fits. We know what works in our football program. We say all the time, our kind of guys, OKG, who fits Iowa State football. And it's really helped us be able to navigate the player acquisition process and certainly find the right young men for our program.
Gentleman standing center left.
Hey Matt, Kellis Revenet here with the Kansas City Star. You've got a unusual season opener with Kansas State and Ireland. It's early, it's in a different country. What kind of preparations are you asking your kids to do to get ready for that?
Yeah, certainly a unique challenge, when you look at the start of the college football season. I think you look first and foremost, and you're very honored to play in this game, and obviously the respect that myself and our kids have for Kansas State and being a rival game and a respect for their program and their players. It just makes it a really unique opportunity. And so I think sometimes when it is unique, it really focuses, Zoom focus, and I almost feel like since January we've had to talk about this. Not only what does it mean to play a game like that early in the season, but also the travel and what happens post that game. I think if you look at the history of this week 0 game, I don't know if anybody's really handled it very well, whether they won or lost the game. I think they've had some tougher moments post that game. And so I think when you look at this, you got to look at it in its entirety, and you got to be able to look at what are the challenges, how did you set up your spring calendar, how do you set up your summer calendar, how do you do a great job of making sure practice fits, fall camp fits, the lead up to this unique opportunity in week 0. And then obviously, how are you preparing post this game to get ready to play some hugely impactful football games right as soon as you get back from Ireland. So it's really been a great challenge for the head football coach and for our staff to sit together and really kind of troubleshoot this from a multitude of different angles. And, we've really tried to look at it as that. But as big of a challenge it is, it's certainly a great opportunity, and we certainly feel honored to be able to be a part of it.
Go center right.
Hi, Coach Campbell, Alec Bussey, 24/7 Sports. You talked about this being your 10th year at Iowa State, and you called the Kansas State game a rival opponent. I'm curious how you've maybe seen the Farmageddon rivalry evolve over your last decade in names.
Yeah, the evolution of that, you have so much respect for the consistency that Kansas State football has had over, 2 great coaches now during my time here in this league to, what that team has stood for. So I think from our perspective, we have tried to really make it equated to a rivalry game and to be able to get our football program to have the similar characteristics that, the consistency of excellence that program has stood for. So, to me, you've always had great respect for Kansas State from the time that I was at Toledo to obviously the time that I came into this league to where we are today, 10 years later.
Center right, in the back.
Hi, Coach. David Howman with Devils in Detail. You lost your top 2 receivers last year. Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel both had almost 1,200 receiving yards each. What goes into the challenge of replacing 2 players that were so productive at the same position?
Yeah, obviously both of those young men were tremendous players. And, I don't know if you're just going to draw up to have Higgins and Noel right back there. But I think what you have to collectively have is, great people around your starting quarterback. And obviously we're really blessed to have a building block in Rocco in that passing game and a guy that knows what it takes to be successful. And I think both Jaden and Jalen would say was a huge part of their success. And then, I think you look around the other rooms before you even talked about the wide receiver room. We feel like we have one of the best tight end rooms in the country, with Ben Bramer and Gabe Burkle. And obviously we didn't have Ben last year, which we thought really hurt us to be able to get him back, to have Burkle, who came on and was just incredible down the stretch run for us as elite pass catchers, guys that can really, challenge the defense. Then you look at the offensive backfield and what Hansen and Sama can do, both as runners and catchers out of the backfield. And then you talk about that wide receiver room, and we're fortunate. You had a couple freshmen stand up and really play good football for us. Brett Eskelson won us the Cincinnati game last year late in the season, had 5 catches for almost 100 yards in the game. Man, had some big catches for us down the stretch run in the season. You had Dominic Overby as a freshman that really stepped in and had some really big moments for us. And then you talk about Daniel Jackson, a 6-year senior, that in 23, the reason we kind of got off the mat after that tough Ohio loss was Daniel Jackson led us to some huge games in 23, and he got injured in fall camp. We didn't have him last year, and to get him back as a veteran is huge. And then you talk about the addition. We were fortunate. We Chase Soul, a young man from East Carolina that had a great start to his career there, is now in our program. Really had a great spring ball for us. Xavier Townsend from Central Florida, who is a tremendous skill football player. So we've got some great pieces. Obviously, those pieces are going to have to prove it in our system, but to have some guys that have proven in our system around a great quarterback, we feel really confident about what that has the ability to look like.
We'll go center left, 7th row.
JT Wistersill, Locked On Utes. Coach, so often you see teams rarely make it back to the Big 12 title game for a second year in a row. What is it about this conference that makes it so challenging to do that? And how do you feel your team is ready to try and make it back to that game with a different result?
Yeah, I think from top to bottom, the consistency of this conference, you've got great quarterbacks, you've got great coaches right now, and you've got a lot of great programs. And so, I think, again, you got to try to stay healthy, you got to get on a great run, and you got to be able to, kind of what I would deem, if we're going to get back there this year, you got to be pretty tough. We've changed a lot of things in football, but the one thing you haven't changed is, are you tough enough? And, that toughness isn't just physical, sometimes it's mental too. And, we deal with 18 to 22-year-olds, and are you mentally tough enough to stay the course through the entirety of a football season? And I think that's a real challenge. So, I think it is really unique for Iowa State football this year, and we're going to figure out if we're tough enough to be able to do it again.
Okay, Coach. Thank you for your time today, and good luck this season.
Thank you.
I see.
Last night I saw you standing, and I started pretending I knew you, and you knew me too. And just like a romance, you were too shy, but you weren't the only person, was I? And I dreamed of you ever since. Now I build up my confidence, and next time you come my way, I know just what to say. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Where my party people at? 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 Where my party
Welcome to 2025 Big 12 Football Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot. Up next, representing Kansas State, it has Coach Chris Kleman. Coach, please begin with your opening statement, then we'll move on to questions from the media.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back in Dallas for Media Days, and we're excited to get the season started. It's starting much earlier for us and for Coach Campbell at Iowa State. I think our guys have another maybe 10 days of workouts, and then we get rolling and get started. And so vacations are a little bit shorter, but what an opportunity to showcase the Big 12. And I think that's the biggest thing about the Ireland game with the Aer Lingus Classic is for us to be on that center stage representing this great conference with two great institutions playing in a week 0 matchup, and what a great time to have that game. So we're excited about that opportunity, but it's just been a busy summer, and we're excited about getting going. We're thrilled. Thanks for Commissioner Yormark for all your hard work. Thanks to President Linton at K-State, our athletic director Gene Taylor for the support and the great opportunity you give our staff and our student athletes. So we'll open up for questions.
If you have a question, please raise your hand until we have a microphone holder next to you. Okay, we'll go here center right.
Hey, Coach. Ben Hutchins with the Quad City Times. I'm wondering, what did you first think when presented with the opportunity to play in Ireland? And specifically, did you have any reservations about moving a home game to a neutral site?
Yeah, absolutely. We had reservations about taking a home game out of our community and our economy. But just talking to our athletic director, it just gave our kids an opportunity. There's 10 kids, 5 kids, I don't even know how many we have on the roster now, that are going to get a chance to go abroad. I got a chance to go over there in February for the first time with my wife, so I thought it was a great opportunity in that respect. And, you know, and 18 months ago, it was, this is the greatest thing. Now it's coming up on us pretty fast. And for our people back at home, all our admin that are putting this trip together, especially Casey Feldkamp, I can't thank those people enough. They're doing the real hard work of the logistics of getting everything organized. We couldn't do it without those people, but it's just a great opportunity for the Big 12.
Okay, center right.
Hi, Coach Kleman, Alec Bussey, 24/7 Sports. I know you grew up in the state of Iowa. Not sure if you grew up in Iowa or an Iowa State fan, but I'm curious if you think back to your childhood, how much you have seen the Iowa State-Kansas State game evolve, change, and what it's like to be a part of it now and see its growth.
Well, let's get it straight. I grew up in Waterloo, Iowa, and I was a Northern Iowa fan, and that's where I played, was at the University of Northern Iowa. So I wasn't a Hawkeye or a Cyclone, I was a Panther. Yeah, it's a great rivalry. I remember watching it all the time as a kid and listening to the games. And I'm a college football fan, and I'm a Midwest college football fan. So wherever I've been coaching in the Midwest, if there's a game that has Iowa or Iowa State, I'm probably tuned in just because I've got so many friends that went to those schools. I've got friends on both coaching staffs. And so I know that this is a great rivalry between Iowa State and Kansas State. It has been for an awful long time, and great respect between the two programs.
We'll go center left.
Coach Drake Toll, Locked On Big 12. Thoughts on it being an unprotected rivalry in the Big 12 and the possibility of linking this game in those protected rivalries moving forward?
Yeah, that's above my pay grade. I don't have a clue what's protected and what's not protected, when we play somebody, when we don't play somebody. I think that was probably the unintended consequences with getting as many schools that you have, is the imbalance of scheduling in every league. But you know, I couldn't even tell you. You know, I know who we play this year in all of our games. I couldn't tell you who we play next year, and that's probably a better thing.
Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll have a microphone holder come to you. We're center left.
JT with still Locked On Utes. Coach, last year you guys fell short of media expectations. Just how do you view expectations going into a preseason? Do you like being the underdog, and how do you view all of that?
I try to ignore it as best I can. It's one of the reasons we as coaches did not do a coaches poll, because I think the narrative has really hurt our league. I know it hurt Arizona State, and I know it hurt BYU last year. I look at, meeting expectations, not beating. We won 9 games the last 3 years, which is pretty dang good. Not every school can say they've done that. But in 2022, when we won the Big 12, the best thing that those kids did was block out the outside noise. And I think that's the key in today's day and age of college football, of which team can block out some of those outside noise. And there's a lot of them right now, and come together as a football team. And that's the challenge for us as a coaching staff.
If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll go to center right.
Kansas State Radio. Good morning, or I guess good afternoon. I'm a little weird on time.
Wyatt, great to see you.
My question is about the offensive line. You have 4 transfer students coming in there. How do you see them fitting into the mix?
I think when you look at our offensive line, Sam Hecht is the mainstay at center, and I think he's one of the best in the league. Then you have Taylor Poitier and Andrew Leingang, and Taylor's been around almost as long as Stan Weber has in our program. But TP's a great player for us. Liney's a great player for us. But we needed some older guys as these younger guys grew. And George Fitzpatrick is one that was here in the spring that elevated himself to the top of the depth chart at left tackle. The other 3 transfers, we're excited to see this fall and this summer so we can figure out where they fit in and how much they're going to help us, because they're going to help us. And I think we'll play more in the offensive line than we have in the past because we have more depth. I think a name that a lot of people don't know about, you do and Stan does, is John Pastore. John missed the entire 2024 season, was penciled in to be in the rotation, if not a starter at tackle, and he's back now healthy this year and over 300 pounds and 6'6" plus. He'll be a big player for us. So I like where we're at in the offensive line, but we need to practice those guys all together and have that chemistry come together.
We'll go center left.
Hey, Coach. GoPowerCat.com, John Grove here. How important is VJ Payne's experience and playmaking ability to stabilizing the back end, and what roles do you foresee emerging players like Donovan McIntosh and Zayshawn Rich?
Yeah, great question. VJ is the unquestioned leader back there in the secondary, and VJ's been a 3-year starter for us. He's one of a handful of guys that started in a Big 12 championship at AT&T in 2022. And now has been a 2-year great player for us, and he's coming into his last year, and he's turned into one of our best leaders, which he needs to be. He needs to be more vocal, and I think he'll be a great sounding board for the young kids you talked about, Zayshawn and Donovan. Those 2 kids got a chance to play significant amount in the Rate Bowl, and both played really well. And this game's about confidence and belief, and I think they gained that confidence in themselves, and I know they gained the belief of their teammates, and that's a key thing. If you can gain the belief of your teammates, I'm excited about those young 2. But without a doubt, myself, Coach Klanderman, Coach Malone, we've got a lot of work to do in the secondary because we lost 3 NFL kids back there.
If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll go to front row, center right.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. Wanted to ask you just what are some of the steps that you've seen Avery Johnson take as a quarterback as he prepares for this upcoming season?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is how he looks. He's put on probably 17 pounds of lean muscle mass, and he's filled out. He's not a sophomore anymore. He's an upperclassman as a junior. So his body's matured. He's taken everything very seriously in the weight room, in the nutrition, in the recover aspect. So his body's just a lot better. He's carrying a lot more weight, and he's faster. And that's something that we strive and we stress is you can get bigger, stronger, and also be faster, and he's done that. And then I think the other things, people have asked me a lot today, what one area? I think it's collectively in totality what he's going to be better at, and it starts with what he's going to see pre-snap and what he's going to go from pre-snap to post-snap. I think he's ready to take on even more things at the line of scrimmage, and everybody knows he's a terrific athlete in space, but he's also a really good thrower of the football. And I just think all the 13 games of experience he had last year will help him. And then another underrated factor that doesn't probably get brought up enough is he's got Matt Wells. And Matt Wells, I think, is one of the best quarterback coaches in the country. He's a close friend of mine, and we're so fortunate to have Matt stay with us, be the offensive coordinator, and be in that room with Avery, who's calling, and Avery knows Matt's calling the plays. I think that's really going to have a huge impact.
We have a question center right in the back.
Hi, Coach. David Howman with Devils in Detail. Given your experience coaching in the FCS, both with Northern Iowa, where you played, and then later with North Dakota State, I'm curious what your perspective is on the college football playoff, being at 12 teams this past year and likely expanding beyond that with your experience having coached in the FCS playoff format and how that transitions with the FBS.
Yeah, I think a perfect landing spot would be 16, how we get to that, I'm not quite sure, but I think it would be 16, and I would eliminate the buys. I think that's something that everybody should play the same amount of games. There was 16 for a while in FCS. It went up to 24, but shoot, you had to win 4 straight weekends, so the best team would truly get to be crowned. And so I'd like it to get to 16. I know this. Everybody, the wear and tear on the athletes is real. I don't think we helped that at all by knocking the roster size down. I don't think that was a good move at all, but that's control what you can control. So that's gonna be a concern when you have fewer players playing that amount of games. But I'm excited about what I was able to watch last year of the playoff and the potential expansion here in another year.
Go to the second row.
Coach Lynn Harrington, State Line Power 5. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you again. So, over the last couple seasons, Kansas State has been one of the best rushing teams in the Big 12. However, you lost running back DJ Giddens. Can you talk about how the running back room is holding up with Dylan Edwards and the other running backs?
Yeah, I'm excited about the running back room. Before DJ Giddens, we had a kid named Deuce Vaughn that a lot of people heard about, and Deuce Vaughn may have been the best college football player I've ever seen. And people said, what are you going to do when you don't have Deuce Vaughn? And all of a sudden, DJ Giddens came on. We have running backs, and Dylan Edwards is a star, and he's a game breaker. And Dylan Edwards is going to be better because of a guy like Joe Jackson. That is another really good, talented running back. And they're both going to be better because of the ability for us to have more playmakers outside at wide receiver. We've always had really good tight ends, and that's no different this year. And then we have some younger players in that running back room that I'm excited to see how they grow. But between Dylan and Joe, they're 2 terrific running backs, and everybody saw Dylan Edwards' ability to be a game breaker in the Rate Bowl. But I think all those guys will be better because we're going to be better around them.
Okay, Coach, thank you for your time today, and good luck this season.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
She's been telling me all night long. Gasoline and groceries, the list goes on and on. It's 9 to 5 ain't working. Why the hell do I work so hard? I can't worry about my problems. I can't take them when I'm gone. 1, here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell them bring another out, we need plenty more. Do stuffing on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Oh my, good Lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Dale's got a history. There's a party downtown near 5th Street. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. I've been boozing since I left. fortune. Tell my mind I ain't forget. Woke up drunk at 10 a.m. We gon' do this again. Tell your girl to bring a friend. Oh Lord, 1. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell them bring another round. We need plenty more. 2 stepping on the table. She don't need a dance floor. Oh my, good Lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. There's a party downtown near 5th Street. Everybody at the bar get tipsy. Everybody at the bar get tipsy. Everybody at the bar get tipsy. Boy, here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. When it's last call and the chickens out the door. It's getting kinda late, but the ladies want some more. Oh my, good Lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. There's a party downtown near 5th Street. Everybody at the bar get tipsy. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. At the bottom of a bottle, don't mess with me. Everybody at the bar get tipsy. Everybody at the bar get tipsy. Everybody at the bar get tipsy.
This next part's my favorite part. It's time to shine. Let's have some fun.
Yo, drop your glasses, shake it, face screwed up like you having hot flashes. Which one? Pick one, this one classic. Red from blind, yeah, I'm drastic. Why this, why that, lip stop asking. Listen to me, baby, relax and start passing. Expressway, head back, weaving through the traffic. This one strong should be labeled as a hazard. Some of y'all hot sight, I'm gassing. Clowns, I spot them and I can't stop laughing. Easy come, easy go, Evie gon' be lasting. Jealousy, let it go, results could be tragic. Some of y'all ain't writing well, too concerned with fashion. None of you ain't Giselle, can't walk and imagine. A lot of y'all Hollywood drama, cast it, cut, camera off, real blasted.
I had to give you, it's only been a year. Now I got my foot in the door, and I ain't going nowhere. It took a while to get me, and I'm gonna take my time. Don't fight that bitch, never need to blow your mind.
Todos están pendientes de ti, pero tú puedes estar para mí. Haciendo que me odien más, porque todos te quieren probar. Lo que no saben es que no te
Back to Big 12 Football Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot. Now joining us on stage is Cincinnati head coach Scott Satterfield. Coach, We'll start with an opening statement, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just first of all, honored to be here representing University of Cincinnati, and very excited. What a great venue here in Frisco, Texas. Awesome to be here. First thing I want to acknowledge being here in Texas is the Texas flood victims. Been watching it on the news, and incredible what happened there. And thoughts and prayers are going out to those families. I cannot imagine what they're going through. Want to make sure I recognize that. And just, talking about our players that are here representing Cincinnati, we brought 4 really, really outstanding human beings. I want to recognize those guys. Quarterback Brendan Sorsby, who played high school at Lake Dallas, not too far from here, so he's back here. He's actually played in this stadium right here, so very familiar with this. But he's a great leader and a great player in a league full of great quarterbacks. I think he's one of them. Joe Royer, our tight end, a first-team All-Big 12 tight ends with us, a player that's from Cincinnati that is a great tight end and a great player. I think he's got a really, really bright future ahead of him. Glad he's here with us here today. Gavin Gerhardt's our starting center. Gavin will be a 3-time captain coming up this fall for us. A tremendous leader, one of our best leaders on our whole football team, and most respected player that we have. Playing the center position for us. And then Dante Corleone, the Godfather, is also from Cincinnati, and he's a really, really good player as well, and kind of the anchor of our defense and the defensive line. So just want to make sure I recognize those 4 guys. They represent our college. They represent our football team in a great way. We've had a great offseason. Excited about our football team this year. We're brought back a lot of great players. I just mentioned 4 of them. All 4 of these guys had opportunities to either go to the NFL or obviously go to some other programs, and decided to stick it out with us and come back and have a great season for them. It starts with that. We were able to add some great players in the portal this offseason where we needed and had some deficiencies. I think we added some great speed, particularly in the wide receiver room. Which we needed to be able to do that in order to have some more big plays on the field. I think we are a much more explosive football team this year. And thought about the team that we got coming out this year. I know this league is outstanding from top to bottom. Any team, I think, is certainly capable of winning the Big 12, including the Cincinnati Bearcats. So with that, I'll open up with questions.
Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand until we have a microphone holder stand by you. We'll go here, center right.
Hey, Coach. Keegan Nickerson with Bearcat Journal. You brought in multiple starter-level receivers, already have Joe Royer on the roster. How do you kind of go about managing expectations throughout a season when you have so many guys who can rack up yardage?
Yeah, you got one football, so all those guys are going to want to catch the ball or carry the ball. Tyree Walker's a running back that we brought in that we think could be really good for us. I think we want to have good balance across the way on the offense. So Joe Royer had 50 catches last year. Love for him to be able to have 50 catches again next year. We'll see how it goes. But these guys on the outside are going to need their touches as well. In order for our offense to be able to score points and move the football, we're going to have to distribute the football and let everybody have some touches. I think we have enough talent out there that all the guys can be able to make plays on the perimeter. If you are being able to stretch the field vertically and horizontally, that's going to open up for the running game and allow the running backs to be able to get their touches. So I think we got to do a great job of distributing the football, allowing all the guys to feel a part of the offense, and therefore defenses can't key on one guy. And I think that's going to be really important as we find our identity for our offense this year and how we can maneuver through that.
We'll go center right in the back. Thank you.
Tyler Budge, CF Budge. Coach, I got a 2-parter for you. Firstly, I've had people reaching out to me and some people taking notice that you went from your iconic visor look to more of a full hat look in some practices and stuff. Was that an intentional change?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, maybe they cut my mic. That was a terrible question, apparently. But outside of that, you got a big neutral site opener to the season against Nebraska. What do you like about that opportunity to sort of showcase your team to start the season?
Yeah, we're excited about the first game. You know, Nebraska's Coach Rule has obviously done a great job there building, getting that program back. You know, went to a bowl game last year. They did some really good things in the portal this offseason, brought in some great players, some linemen, receivers, some defensive players. You know, now we're playing in a neutral site. It's going to be exciting to play it in Kansas City. You know, open it up on a Thursday night on ESPN. I mean, it's a great gauge for our football team, kind of to see where we're at. It's one of these games too. You know, it's the first game of the season, so it's, you know, you're not playing a FCS team or something to start a year. I mean, we feel like we've got to be hitting on all cylinders when you're starting the season playing against a team like Nebraska. So there's been a little bit more sense of urgency, I think, in our building throughout the summer of getting ready for this first game, and we know it'll be a great challenge and it's a great test. Obviously looking forward to that.
Gentleman in the maroon cap.
Hello, Scott Springer from Cincinnati Enquirer. You had to play your first 2 seasons minus an indoor facility. Now you have this majestic structure. What has it meant in terms of getting new kids, and how important is that in today's world of college football?
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to put it into words what this building has really meant to our program. Even we moved into it a couple of weeks ago. You know, when you walk into the building, it basically puts a smile on your face. It's bright, it's airy, it's big, it's has a lot of volume to it. Every place you go in the building, you see a player, which I love. The connection that we have with our current team, I think, is incredible. You know, but not even talking about the indoor. I mean, that is awesome itself to be able to go right outside and practice inside of our indoor facility there. It's the connection in the building is tremendous with the locker room, training room, and weight room all there. We have a cafeteria in there for all our student athletes to come and be able to eat their meals there inside the building. But you mentioned recruiting. I mean, we're in a world where recruiting that's where it's at. I mean, you got to recruit. You have to retain your players. You got to recruit high school players and the transfer portal. And for them to be able to walk into that building, it's different. And they're, you know, it's a smile on their face when they walk in and see that facility as well. And we have all the modalities for enhancement and recovery to be able to develop our players. And that's what it's all about. It's player development. We've always been about player development. We'll always be about it. And we can develop our players inside this building. So we can't wait for this. And it's going to really enhance our team, I think, as we move forward in the future.
We'll go to the gentleman in the second row.
All right. Coach Lynn Harrington with Stay Alive Power 5. How you doing today?
Great.
That's good. So to follow up with your opening matchup at Arrowhead Stadium with Nebraska, what do you know about Coach Matt Rule? And with you coming off a couple losing campaigns, how important will it be for you to kick off the season with a win?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Coach Rule is obviously an outstanding coach. You know, he's come up through the ranks, coached at small schools, coached in the NFL, was a head coach in the NFL. He's done some great things throughout his career. The thing about his teams, they continue to grow and get better and better. I think year 3 has always been a good year for him in his career. His teams are going to be big. They're going to be physical. They're obviously going to be coached well. They're going to do the little things right. You know, so again, a great test for us to be able to play a team like Nebraska. And, you know, I also think, you know, you're playing in a team from another conference where it's a great measuring stick, you know, to see where we're at, you know, compared to, you know, the Big 12 to their conference. And, you know, it's a neutral site. So, you know, it's going to be, you know, outstanding atmosphere for this game. It'll be full of people, obviously, and sure, it'll be a sellout, and there'll be a bunch of people wearing red at this game. So I think it'll be an awesome atmosphere and a great game.
Have a question, center left in the back.
Good afternoon, Coach. Alyssa Cooper with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. I was wondering, going back to recruiting, do recruits ever, I guess, kind of mention conference realignment? Do they ever have questions about, I guess, the competition and the strength in the Big 12? Is that, I guess, something that's come up in recent years, or do recruiters don't really talk about it?
You know, I think as long as you're, you know, at this level and the Power 4 right now, and you're playing the kind of teams that have all the resources, they don't really care. In my impression of that, as far as, you know, this is a great league in the Big 12. You're going to play great competition week in and week out, 9 conference games, which is a grueling schedule. You get to go to some great places throughout the country. where our schools are located all over the country. Great fan bases, great stadiums that we get to go into. So I think the Big 12 sells itself, and you're going to play at the highest level. You're going to have an opportunity for all your dreams, goals, aspirations to be met in the Big 12, and then have an opportunity to go play in the NFL. So I don't think I've not gotten any questions about conference realignment or where guys are, teams are going and this and that. And I think obviously it's out there and the media talks about it some. There's a lot of speculation, but I don't think that's ever really been brought up as far as recruits go where we're at right now.
Go to the front row here.
Coach Neil Meyer with the Front Office News. Obviously, it's never easy replacing 3 offensive linemen starters between Luke Kandra, D'Artagnan Tinsley, and John Williams, who departed for the NFL. You made it a priority to address that this offseason by bringing in Joe Cotton, Tyron Tayo. What have you seen from them here as the offseason progresses, and how does that offensive line add more depth to what it was a season ago?
No, we lost some great players from last year. You mentioned those guys. They had been 2-year starters for us, and huge losses. So we knew we needed to go out and get some experience to bring in. And I think Joe Cotton coming in at left tackle, got here this summer. 6'7", 320, can move. Looks like you want him to look. He's been really good so far since being here. And Tyron Tayo is a kid that started a couple years at Ball State. Is big 325-pound, wide shoulders. He's really fit in great. Gavin is kind of taking him under his wings there. Gavin playing center and him playing right beside him at guard. And then Evan Tangenal is a guy that played for us last year that will be another starter on the other side and one of the strongest guys up front that we have. Deion Buford's coming back, going to be a 3-year starter for us as well at right tackle. So I feel like our offensive line's in really good shape. I think these guys could be one of the better O-lines in the Big 12 this year. We also have at least 3 or 4 other guys that can fill in and rotate. So I think we got really good depth up front. And some really good young players, too. I'm excited about some of the young guys that will be up and coming. So, obviously, your offensive line is where it all starts, and I feel like we're in good hands with the guys up front.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. Wanted to ask you just what are some of the differences that you notice about your team in the off-season as they prepare for this 2025 season and obviously obtain the goal of winning the conference?
Yeah, I think there's so much parity and so much closeness in the teams that we're playing this year. One of our big things that we talked about was being a disciplined football team. And so the one thing that really stood out to me this last semester is how disciplined our guys are, not only in our facility, but outside of the facility as well. We ended up having a 3.44 GPA this past spring. We had zero misses in study hall. Our guys are doing what they're supposed to do off the field, and I think that translates. I think how you do anything is how you do everything, and the way these guys have handled themselves off the field, we have not had any issues as far as any of that goes, and I think that speaks volumes. These guys are focused. They're focused on task at hand about going out and wanting to prove something this year. Our guys that have been around our team have felt like they have not lived up to how good that we possibly can be. And I think, with that discipline in this off season, that hopefully will help us in those fourth quarters when those games coming down to one possession. And I think, that's one thing I think can help us get us over the top to go win these games in the fourth quarter.
Time for one final question. We'll go here in the front.
Sorry. Ryan Roberts with Riverfront Cincy. Coach, you've got a unique blend of returners as also transfers. Heading into year 3, which areas have you prioritized that you've kind of seen as needing more depth within this league?
Yeah, I think certainly wide receiver has been a spot where we felt like we needed to upgrade. We need to get more guys that can produce at a high level. More speed, more explosiveness, being able to knock the top off, being able to win one-on-one battles. And I think in this league, you get into some of these tight games and guys are going to play you man-to-man. You got to be able to try to get some separation. And I think the first 2 years we were not good there. And I think that's certainly a place where we try to address that need. I think also in the secondary, being able to stay on top and keeping everything in front of you. and not giving up those big plays. It certainly has hurt us in the Big 12 in the last 2 years as well. So those are two places I feel like we've really tried to address that in the offseason and really tried to work on that as we head to this season. I think if we can improve on those two aspects, it's certainly going to translate in some wins for us, along with being more disciplined. I mean, and that's just a mindset and how you care about your business.
Thank you for your time today, Coach, and good luck this season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
UCF head coach Scott Frost will join us at 12:40.
Love isn't the best place to find the
Welcome back to Big 12 Football Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot. Representing UCF, please welcome head coach Scott Frost. Coach, the floor is yours for opening remarks.
Thank you. Good to be here. I think before I get started, I just want to take a minute and kind of reflect on the things that have happened in Texas over the last week. Coming down here and reading about it and seeing it. It's a good reminder to me of how much we love football and how important it is, but there's bigger things in life, and thoughts and prayers are certainly with people around here. I'm excited to be here. First want to thank my AD, Terry Mahajer, President Cartwright at UCF for giving me a chance to come back to a place that I love. Ashley and I were both really excited to get back to Orlando because of the way the fans and the UCF family treated us the first time, and it's been the same since we've been back. So I'm excited to do the best I can to help put a good product on the field for the fans and UCF family. Excited to be in the Big 12. I think the things the Big 12 has done have positioned itself uniquely. I think there's some really smart moves being made. Got a lot of admiration for Commissioner Yormark and what the Big 12 has become. I think it's a really fair, balanced league, and anybody can win if you do things right. So we're working hard to push ourselves in that direction. Want to just take one more minute I see Paul out there to just give a shout out to the 4 young men that are here with me today: Paul Rubelt, Nigel Kelly, Kelly Lawson, and Miles Montgomery. They're unbelievable representatives of our football team and our university, and proud to have them with me. So happy to be here.
And if you have any questions, please raise your hand so our microphone holders can get to you. We'll start here in the center left.
Matt Rochelle of the Orlando Sentinel. Scott, I wanted to ask, you mentioned Paul. What has he meant to the program? Obviously, you brought him here from media days, but from the moment he first arrived on campus to now, what have you seen from him, especially this year coming back to that?
Well, I see him right now. He's about as tall sitting down as you are standing up. He's almost like an ambassador for UCF. He came from Germany. He's been there 6 years, right, Paul? 6 years at the university. Great human being, fun to be around every day. Love everything he stands for. I've seen him get even better than what he was last year in my short time at UCF. So excited to watch him continue to blossom, and I'm just lucky to be around him for a year.
Go to center right in the middle.
Hi, Coach. Cody Nesper from Golden Blue Nation. You and Rich Rodriguez are both back at old jobs, different circumstances, but what are, from your perspective, things that are different and things that haven't changed so much?
UCF is unique, in my opinion. It's so young compared to most of the other schools in Power 4 leagues. It certainly feels like home to me and feels comfortable, but it has grown since I've been there. It's amazing to see the changes. I think we're just scratching the surface of what UCF can be as a university and athletic department. If we keep working hard to push it, I think UCF can become something even far greater than what it has become today. The support of the people around Orlando and the alumni that we have are certainly pushing us in a good direction. And again, I'm really excited to be able to represent that group again.
The front row.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. I wanted to ask you just specifically, what are some of the changes that you were able to implement in this offseason on and off the field as far as maintaining this success for this upcoming season?
We had a lot of work to do when I got to UCF again. I think we had 48 scholarship players on the team when I got there. So it's going to be almost a complete reset. I think we have close to 70 new football players in our program. That being said, almost every one of them is new to me since I just got there. We have a lot of work to do to make sure we get to know each other and take a collection of individuals and turn them into a cohesive unit. And that doesn't just happen. We have to be very intentional about that. I guess the good side of that is we were able to, flip the roster and bring kids in largely that fit us from a scheme standpoint and from a character and culture standpoint. And it's been fun watching that group of guys come together.
We'll go center left, midway back.
Hey, Coach. Xavier McNevitz, Scope of Sports. Obviously, you've been out of college football for a couple years now. What would you say is the biggest thing you have learned that should help you with your second stint at UCF?
I think all experience, good and bad, gives you wisdom and new perspective. Biggest thing I've learned, probably you can't do anything alone. And the family at UCF, the way they've treated us the first time, the way they're continuing to treat us, my wife and I are so happy there. And we were looking forward to getting back there and planting roots and helping bring our kids up and raise our kids in Orlando. But knowing that you can't do anything yourself, I'm really excited about the group of guys that we brought together on the coaching staff, the people in the building and administration and coaching. And it takes a group and it takes a team, and I'm really excited about the people that I've surrounded myself with.
We'll go center left, Barry.
Yeah, Barry Trammell, Tulsa World. Scott, talking about going back to a place you've been. A lot of guys have done that in college football, but most of them have been at the back end of their careers, and you're not. What are the advantages of coming back to a place you know well, knows you well, but you're still early in your career or in the prime of your career?
I don't know where I am in my career for sure, but I'm happy to be back in Orlando. Going home isn't always easy. Going back isn't always easy. This was an easy choice for me because of how much we liked it there. I think UCF has grown so much and has so much growth potential. I've said this a lot today, but our 2017 run, I think, had a lot to do with UCF positioning itself in a place where it could become a candidate to be in a league like the Big 12. You know, it's my goal to continue to try to help UCF push forward. If there's any more changes coming, we need to be positioned in the right place and to do everything that we can to make it a legitimate competitor in this league and beyond. We have a lot of work to do to get there, but it's probably the only place that I would want to be doing this in college football.
All right, again, if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll go to center left.
Alyssa Cooper with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. So the Big 12 has changed a little bit over the past couple of years. And what do you hope that the Big 12 going forward prioritizes as it continues to evolve?
Well, what the Big 12 prioritizes is going to be decided by people that are smarter and higher up than I am. I played in the Big 12 the first couple years that it was the Big 12. Obviously, it's changed since then. Had a ton of admiration for the league watching from afar. The parity in this league, the different types of styles in this league, the high-scoring brand of football that they play, I think it makes for an exciting product. There's so many good schools in this league, great guys that coaching them. You can make an argument that any team in this league, if they do things right, can win this league. That makes a fun product for us to coach in, and I think a fun product for people to watch. And it makes it a fair game where if we do things right and come together as a team and play well, we're going to have a chance. And we're doing everything we can to give ourselves a chance. But I think Commissioner Yormark and the rest of the people in the league have uniquely positioned this league. I think it's a fast, exciting brand of football. And like I said, I'm just honored to be a part of it.
We'll go center right, gentleman at the end.
Hi, Coach. David Howman with Devils in Detail. You mentioned a little bit about your time away from college football. Last year where you were with the Los Angeles Rams, what specifically did you take away from Sean McVay and his staff? And is there anything that you picked up that works on the NFL level that you can implement in your second run at UCF?
Yeah, I was really lucky to get there. I'm grateful to Sean and Les and the rest of the guys out there. Giving me a chance to be out there for a year, it really kind of reignited my passion for what I love to do, being around the game and coaching. I didn't really have an intention of leaving college pro football. UCF's opened, and that was an easy decision for me because it was a place that I had so much fun at before. Those guys out in LA have an unbelievable building. They surrounded themselves with unbelievable people, top to bottom on that staff. I can't compliment it enough. I'm grateful to them for letting me spend a year out there. And there's a lot of things. Sean McVay is one of the best innovators in pro football in a long time as far as offensive scheme, and I was able to pick up some of those things too. So again, just adding to the experience that I had. I think I'll be able to take some of those things and use them. Mostly, I'm grateful to Sean and Les for letting me spend a year out there.
Go to center right.
Hey, Coach Frost. Andrew Chirico, Latavius Knights, 247. I just wanted, you took over a Knights team that was winless, and now you turned in 2 years, you turned that team undefeated. Now you enter the Big 12, one of the most volatile leagues in Power 4 football. What excites you and what encourages you about that, knowing that it is possible you could have a quick turnaround, especially for the guys as well?
Yeah, we had a lot of success probably earlier than we thought we would. My first stint at UCF. I think that'll be even bigger mountain to climb because of the level of football that's played in this league. I loved being in the American, but it wasn't the same level that of teams that we're going to be facing now. That being said, now we're in Orlando, Florida, and in a big-time league. The type of talent that we can attract to Orlando is a lot better, and if we do things right, we're going to have a chance. So, again, I'm excited about the players we have. We flipped the roster, made a lot of changes. We have a lot of talent. It's just we don't have a lot of returning production or experience, and it's going to be a challenge for us to see how fast we can take that collection of individuals and turn them into a team. But it's going to be a fun ride.
All right, Coach, thank you for your time today, and best of luck this season.
Thank you.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll have Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. Again, welcome back to the 2025 Big 12 Football Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot. Next, we welcome to the stage Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. Coach, we'll start with an opening statement and then open it up for questions from the media.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to start just by acknowledging and commenting on just the flood and just the travesty there in just Central Texas, and so just so affected by that. I just as a parent, I know a lot of you guys are the same way. Is that it's you think of? I remember when my little girls were going to camp, and just the build up to it, and the anticipation, and the nervousness, and then the excitement, and then when you drop them off, it's kind of scared, and then it ends up being so good, and then just I initially think of it like that. I think of it through that lens, and then I learn more about the little girls that passed away and the little girls that are missing, and it's a parent's worst nightmare, and it's beyond tragedy, and so just this last couple days have just really been struggling with that, and my wife and I have been just keeping up with it, and I just wanted to say that my heart is broken, and the girls and the families affected are in my thoughts. I'm hopeful maybe football can be somewhat of a distraction here coming up on when we get to Saturdays in the fall, and so from all of this, I feel good about the direction of the team. It's a talented team, and it's a hard-working team, and it's a team that's hungry. I think it's a team that is really vying and working hard for respect. And so from the very beginning in January, there's been some additions from the portal and the high school class, and there's been a few changes on defense with the staff, and the gelling of all that's been really strong. I think there's been really strong qualities that each individual's brought, and we've tried to identify that early and then kind of cater everything to flowing that way so that those people are in the best spot to do what they do best. I feel that that's on track. I think it's a challenging schedule for us, and what we've got to be able to do is be detailed and be consistent and be disciplined. And so our focus is really in those areas. And there's ways that we can achieve that here in the summertime and in fall camp, and our focus is totally that way. We're looking forward to a really positive season and starting off the season strong. Take any questions you guys got.
All right, we'll open it up to questions for Coach. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and we'll have a microphone holder go to you. We'll go to the center left in the back.
Hi, Coach. Here in the back, Shaji Adam, KX6V, ABC 25. You talk about the season. You're going to open against Auburn on a Friday. So what does it mean to you that you get to be part of something like that? And how much has the conference grown since you started at Baylor?
We're excited for that first game. I think that, it's going to take a really detailed and focused approach to be in some big moments in that game and to win those moments, put us in a position to win the game. I think there's got to be growth from where we were just, a couple months ago versus our bowl opponent to this one. And so we're going to be in some similar spots, and the outcome's got to be different. And so excited for that opportunity. I know that there's great player-led leadership on this team, and I really feel that is being driven by knowing what the schedule is and kind of where the start of all of it is. And they're really focused on holding a really strong standard in just whatever the process is, whatever the day-to-day is up to bat. And then, I feel really strong about the conference. And so, our schedule is an example of it. You look at just the amount of teams we're playing that have got quarterbacks that are just so difficult to contain, and you got defenses that are so pressure heavy and disguise their looks, and you've got the schematics on offense are just at the forefront of college football, and the tough road environments and just all of it. And I think, it's you look at every Saturday, it's a toss-up in terms of who's going to come out. And so I'm looking forward to that. I know it's going to take the best that we got, and we're looking forward to give that.
Center left.
Bryce Cherry, Waco Trib. Dave, obviously y'all had a tough situation this offseason with the loss of Alex Foster. I was just wondering how you tried to rally the guys together after that tragedy, and how are they doing, and how do you guys try to, remember him this upcoming season?
I think it's very hard. I think or we'll say me, I know that life is not fair. I think if someone were to ask me that in just passing, I would acknowledge that. But then, here's Alex, and here's just a gentle giant, such a humble heart, always wanting to please, always wanting to do right, to do good, always on the side of encouragement. There's not really like a mean bone in this boy's body. And then for it to kind of go the way that it went, it gets you mad because it's not fair. And I don't know, I think our whole team feels that, and so there's days that are better than others, but then it just, the anger to sadness to back and forth, and I think it's going to be there for a while, and so we have to kind of I have to learn to live with it and move alongside it. We took the team to the funeral, and I thought that that was really powerful, and I'm glad that we did that, but I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done.
We're to the right side.
Dave, Parker Ream with Fox 44 in Waco. You mentioned during those opening statements that this team is hungry and kind of vying for that respect. Where does that hunger come from? Is that from what y'all built last season, what you've been building these past few years? What makes this team so hungry?
I think there's a confidence in this team where I think there would be things that we would talk about. There would be things that would be, hey, here's a practice clip, or here is an example of it kind of happening somewhere else at some other school, for our team, our returners, to have gone through it and in big moments, accomplish the thing that they set out to do, to make the play, or to be in position and knock the ball down, or to get a sack, or to make a touchdown, or whatever it is. There's a grounded confidence now, and it's a whole different way of being. Whereas, prior, you're trying to prove it, you're trying to show it. Is it there? I believe it is, but is it there? And now to know that, we are that guy. I am that guy. I think that's a way, way different thing. And so leading from that space kind of can put you in more of an attack mode and more of a go take it mode. And so I think the hunger comes from that.
All right, we'll go to Jerry's.
Hey Dave, Jerry Hill, Baylor Bear Insider. You got 4 starting offensive linemen returning. Seems like you have better depth too. How good do you feel about that group?
I feel good. It's the most depth of any team I've been a part of, and so I think the ability for guys to have to push themselves, to improve, and to be focused and detailed with their work every day is the best it's ever been, and it's because there's dudes right behind them that are pushing them, trying to take that job, and so I think that is that's true at every position. But I think, that's for sure true on the O-line. I think their aggressiveness and their ability to communicate are the two things that separate them. I think the style of offense and the double teams and the vertical movement and the play action pass helps them. But I think the tempo, the downhill run is where the best of them come out. And so I think it's one thing kind of going into it. It's another thing when it's tempo and it's the 10th or 11th play of a drive, and they're just pushing the pile forward. And so hopefully we see a whole lot of that this season coming up.
Center right.
Yes, sir. Conrad Barr, KMU FM, Mineola, Texas. Wanted to ask about your running back room. I know you were just talking about the offensive line, but can you tell us what Bryson Washington and Dawson Pendergrass are going to bring to that room this season?
Bryson brings a downhill quality. He can finish runs at the second level. He's got great vision, and so there's an RPO read component to the majority of our runs. So the line's kind of firing out on Monday, and then on Wednesday he's able to kind of see the cut or see the crease or see the lane, and he doesn't miss very many of those. And so he makes his cut and he's off and going downhill, So there's a great separation between the play starting and the run occurring, and he uses that to his advantage. I think Dawson Pendergrass is one where there's a great patience, and he's slippery. It's hard to get a direct hit on him. I don't know if I've seen one on him, and so I think he also can benefit from the delayed handoff and getting the ball and all the things off of an RPO look. And so I think his ability to kind of stick behind an O-lineman, stick to a double team, and then, where is he, and then he shoots out in a C gap. Where is he, and he shoots out in an A gap. There's plenty of clips of him doing that. And so I think his best is yet to come. He's put on weight. He's the biggest that he's been. He's going to be more durable than what he's been in the past. I think his understanding of the offense has improved. And so I think Bryson and Dawson really feel really strong about a really effective 1-2 punch, and kind of is the heartbeat of our team.
Center right to the back.
Alyssa Cooper with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Coach, with the growth and the changes within the Big 12, how do you approach that when building out the long-term plans for your program?
I think you have to make a concerted effort to recruit high school players. I think it's, there's such a pressure to win. We were talking earlier, is that you want to be the team that, 4 years from now is taking planes to games and not taking buses to games. You want to be in that group. I think everybody feels that, and I think the winning and TV views and all the things are kind of pushing the narrative. And so to be able to develop players and to have relationships with parents and with high school kids, and take them from one phase or one level to a whole other level. And I wish in doing that it would be like this, but a lot of it is like this. And so, with all the pressure to win and the money that's involved in winning, sometimes you feel like you don't have time for this, for an individual player. But to be able to make that time and to make that a priority, and then to still win, is what we're trying to do. And I think building a great high school relationships, or building through great high school relationships, can build a really strong freshman, sophomore, junior, senior class. And we're hoping to do that.
Time for one final question, Center left.
Hey, Coach. Zach Smith, Waco Trib. You talked about trying to get some respect. In a league like the Big 12 that has a lot of parity, do you feel like Baylor is an underdog or is under the radar in any fashion? And are you using that as motivation at all?
No, yeah. I mean, I feel, I think it's good to be so focused on what you're doing, and to be so maniacal about like getting it better and getting it right, and to be so hard on yourself that it pushes others to be hard on themselves. I think I would much rather it be so inward focusing that way than focused on what other people think or what other people are saying and all that. So I think from, my seat with this team, there's been a great emphasis on kind of what's happening on the inside. And so I'd like to continue to push that and see how far we can take that.
Coach, thank you for your time today, and good luck this season.
Thank you, guys.
Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham will join us at 1:20. good afternoon, and welcome to the 2025 Big 12 Football Media Days powered by Microsoft Copilot. Rounding out today's lineup, please welcome Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham. Coach is elected to open it up to questions, so if you have a question, please raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone holder over to you. We'll start here in center left.
Hey Coach, Leo Rivera with Scope Up Sports. You were recently awarded the Frank Kush Award. What could you say about that and your involvement within ASU and your relationship at that school?
Yeah, obviously me being born and raised in Arizona, that's something I don't take lightly. You know, Frank Kush is the best coach to ever coach there. And he was somebody that I think everybody who was in the coaching industry looked up to in some way, shape, or form, especially if you're in Arizona and grew up an Arizona State fan.
Okay, we'll go to center right.
Tyler Budge, CF Budge. Coach, when I spoke to you last year at Big 12 Media Days, you talked about how for a program looking to turn things around, learning how to win is a key aspect of that. At what point last year do you feel like something clicked where you guys learned how to win, and how do you hope that carries over for this season?
Yeah, I think, you know, I go back to a game where we struggled in the first half, and then in the second half, we took the lead with a big touchdown. They came back with about 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. They scored. Then our quarterback goes in the huddle, freshman quarterback goes in the huddle and says, we're about to march down and score again. And Sam throws it to JT, touchdown. And it was a game where JT overcame adversity versus Kansas, and Sam showed that he can do it in the biggest moments. And I think that was one of the times that I said, okay, our offense can win games for us at the end. And then there were times on defense where at the end of the first half versus UCF, even though it wasn't the end of the game, we had a big-time pick six at the end of that first half. So I think throughout the season, all the phases affected winning, and it became contagious. But the fun thing is, last year has nothing to do with this year. When you're in college football, when you're in sports, you may as well throw the book out and you start from scratch. Everybody starts with the same record. Just some people get looked at more, and people play harder verse. So it's actually harder to sustain success in sports than other things.
We'll go center left, fourth row.
Hi, Kenny. Devil's Digest. Take us back to that first meeting you had in January and the team came from winter break. What was the main message you were trying to implore on them, and how do you feel they exemplified that message in spring practice and also off the field?
That it's over. You had your time to celebrate. You had your time where people are going to tell you how good you are. I showed all the things on the screen of all the tweets of you're really good and you're really good and what a year and everybody loves us. Then I said, okay, is everybody good? Has everybody read enough positive? Can we get to reality? And the reality is we're 0-0. The reality is there's been a lot of teams in college football who have done what we've done, who have won 1 year and then come back to reality. We really didn't do anything special. We did something that's actually normal. We were just the team that accomplished that normal that year. What would be special would be to continue to build off of that. And that was the real challenge. How do we not become what normal teams in our situation do, which is fall back to where we've always been?
Front row.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. I wanted to ask you about Jordan and just what his development has been this offseason as he prepares for the upcoming season, and what have you seen change in him mentally as well as physically to prepare?
Yeah, mentally, I think Hines Ward coming in last year, I think JT has really taken what Coach Ward has said in terms of preparation and what it takes to be successful at the next level, and he's really embodied that. You know, he showed up, and now he's a guy who's early, a guy who's always getting treatment, a guy who doesn't leave the building, a guy who's always up watching extra tape. His preparation to be great is something that I'm super proud of, and because of that, he's gained over 10 pounds, and he's 1.5 miles faster than he was this time last year because he's preparing like a pro, and there's not anybody else better to show you what that looks like than a guy like Hines Ward at that position, a guy who embodies work ethic, a guy who embodies being successful over a long period of time. So I think he's really just leaned into what Coach Ward has said. He's bought into it, and he's gone all in.
We'll go center left, fourth row.
Hey, Kenny, Scott Bordeaux, ASU News. Have you had a conversation with Sam about how to handle the attention that's coming his way? And second part of that question, how do you think he will handle that?
Yeah, we've had a conversation. I said, don't worry, everybody else will tell you you're good. I'm going to tell you you suck, right? So we can, be transparent there. I'll be the one to humble you. But no, in all fairness, like, Sam has such big dreams and goals for himself that anything he reads about isn't probably as big as the goals and dreams he has for himself. And I think that's what drives him, is he wants to be the best. So it doesn't matter what somebody writes, doesn't matter what somebody says. You're probably not dreaming as big as he is dreaming. And even though some people may hear him say things and you're like, oh, well, that's cocky, or that's arrogant, or that dream isn't real, don't you want somebody to achieve the very best version of what they believe they can do? And if you don't believe you can do something, you're never going to do it. And I think Sam embodies that. His confidence is not cockiness, because he works and he prepares and he loves it. So I love the fact that he's confident, and I think it's only going to fuel him to be the best version of himself.
We'll go to center right in the back.
Hi, Coach. David Howman with Devils in Detail. On that same vein, with Sam Levitt being such a high-profile player coming into this season, being mentioned for Heisman consideration, how much do you embrace that side of things and kind of promote his Heisman candidacy while also not risking him reading too much of his own press clippings?
Yeah, I think, I know Sam, and I know that the press clippings aren't going to be relevant to what he wants to accomplish. So it's definitely somebody that we can get behind in making that push. And at the end of the day, we have a lot of guys on our football team that can win these individual awards. The only way you win an individual award is through team success. That's why football is so great. It's the ultimate definition of you pour into other people, and those other people lift you up more higher than you could ever do by yourself. And I think that's the message to our football team this year, is if people want individual success, if people want to reap individual benefits, then our team has to be the best version that we can be, because that's how you actually get those individual accolades in football, is through team success.
Here we go, fourth row.
Hey, Kenny, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Jarrett Ramirez from RedditorSports.com. You tweeted back in May that you 100% agreed Texas Tech had the talent to win the Big 12. I'm just curious for your thoughts on their team and playing those guys at your place this year.
Yeah, they beat our butt last year, and they added a lot of really good players to their football team. I mean, a ton of really good players. I mean, they probably had the best portal haul of any team in college football, already on a good football team with a good football coach and a fun environment to play at. So people read into things I do. I just tell people the truth. So I saw a tweet I liked, and I'm like, yeah, they're right. They do have the talent to win the league. And I think anybody who says they don't have the talent to win the league is absolutely delusional. I bet if you ask Coach Maguire, his expectation is to win the league. And they've built a team to win the league, not to compete, to win it. So it's a great challenge. We get to host them at home this year, and they're a phenomenal football team, and they've added a lot of phenomenal pieces.
We'll go center right.
Stephen Johnson, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. When Brian Carrington was here on staff at TCU, he obviously did great things recruiting, but he was always adamant he wanted to be an on-the-field coach. I'm curious, what did you see/know about him that made you want to give him that opportunity, and what type of impact has he made on the program since he joined you guys? Yeah, he's smart. I think football is actually easy to coach. The hard part is the dynamics of the people, is being able to manage your room. You know, I could teach anybody how to coach, how to teach a thirds back pedal, and how to middle, and how to make a drive call. Those are simple things. What's difficult is understanding, leading, motivating people. That's the challenge. That's the job of a coach, is to get a player who gives effort at an 8 and get him to a 9.5. It's not to teach him all these schematics. The schematics are great. There's a minimum standard of what you have to know, and most people know them in the coaching industry. The great guys understand people, and he was a guy who always understood people. So I said, well, let's help him learn the game of football at a higher level, because I already know he can motivate, he can engage, and he can teach, and he can communicate. So let's help him on the side that I think is easier, which is football. Easier to teach somebody football than people skills.
Center left in the back.
Alyssa Cooper, also with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. So the Big 12 has grown and changed over the past couple of years, and I was just wondering, how does that impact the way that you recruit players in terms of the expansion and the level of competition that they'll be playing?
Yeah, I don't know if it affects how we recruit players. You know, we had a strategy when I got the job here to really recruit California, recruit Texas, recruit the state of Arizona, and then recruit a few other areas. But that was our strategy from the beginning. You know, I like to say Arizona is if California and Texas like mixed together. You kind of get Arizona that's just in the middle there. So if you're a Texas kid that wants to go out west, well, but you're not sold on living all the way out west, well, Arizona's the perfect spot. If you're a California kid who wants to go to the south, but you don't want to go all the way to the south, well, just come on over to Arizona. We're kind of that perfect in the middle grass. So that was our strategy in recruiting. They both happen to be, you know, 2 of the top 4, wherever you want to put them, states to produce NFL players. So I think we sit regionally right in a really good spot for both those schools. And us transitioning to the Big 12, we play more games in Texas. We're at Big 12 Media Days right now. We have 3 different kids' families, moms, dads, cousins, uncles here with them for Big 12 Media Days. So I think it's pretty cool to be able to come back to their state and really represent.
Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll go to center right.
Hi, Coach. Cody Nesper, Golden Blue Nation. Do you feel that the preseason poll hurt you last year? And what do you think about getting rid of it?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to like this answer. I could care less, and I'd have no clue. I'm not a voter, and I don't really care where people put us. Vote us first, vote us last, vote us in the middle. If we're so focused on other people's expectations of us, then you're going to limit yourself. Who knows? Are we supposed to win 6 games? Are we supposed to win 9 games? Are we supposed to go undefeated? Are we supposed to win 0? Who really knows? All I know is when we show up to work, we should be the very best version of ourselves. And if we compete in something, you better compete to win. And you better compete to be the very best version of yourself every day, over and over again, and you block out the noise.
We'll go 3rd row, center left.
Kevin Turner, Sun Devil Radio Network. Kenny,
former player.
100 years ago with leather helmets. Real quick question. I know you're a big self-scout guy. After the 3-win season, you acquiesced, you turned over the offensive play calling to Marcus Arroyo. What is next for Kenny Dillingham from a self-scout? What do you need to improve upon for the 2025 season?
Special teams is something we need to improve upon. You know, I want to be more aggressive. You know, we called a few fakes last year. They were successful. I think transitioning from an offensive coordinator role that coaches quarterbacks, you're never really involved in special teams because during special teams periods, you're an individual with the quarterback. So one piece of my coaching, I would say, you know, knowledge, I was lacking in that area because I never actually worked in that space because I was always coaching quarterbacks and individual. So I think giving up play calling, getting into that world of special teams, I feel like I can help a lot more like I do on offense and defense. I can be way more involved in the special teams phase like I was at the end of last year. And one thing that I think is there for the taking is more fakes. I mean, I don't care if our opponents know it, like more fakes. The success rate of fakes are so high that more fakes need to be called on the punt team, on field goal. And I only think it helps your special teams as a whole. You just got to be prepared that when it doesn't work and you guys tell us how bad of a decision that was, you got to be okay to be like, yeah, that was dumb, right? Even if it wasn't, you got to be willing to accept it and take the blame for when it doesn't work.
We'll go center left.
Coach, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, having Cam Scattaboo last year was a great luxury. Now you got a whole different running back room. Just talk about the running backs that are here now taking over for Cam.
Yeah, obviously we get Sip back. He's bigger, stronger, faster than he was last year. He looks very good in spring ball. I was very pleased. Raleek Brown's a guy who showed up last year who had to medically redshirt because of a hamstring. He's back to full strength. He's also gained 20 pounds. He's about 200 pounds now. Showed up in our program at 175. So I'm very excited for what he can do this next year leading up. And then you got Udo, who obviously transferred in, who's transitioning to the spread offense or the pro-style spread from the triple option. So there is a learning phase there, but he grew and grew and grew throughout spring. So I think they all have a different skill set that they can provide to mitigate what we're losing in Scat, because not one person can replace Scat. His play style was so unique that you have to have multiple people replace him.
All right, Coach, thank you for your time today, and best of luck this season.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes today's coaches' press conferences at the 2025 Big 12 Football Media Days presented by Microsoft Copilot. We appreciate your professionalism, thoughtful questions, and participation. We'll see you back here tomorrow for the coaches' press conferences at 11 a.m.
I don't want to hear.
Go Texas. I'm Matt Berry from ESPN with the 8 coaches representing their schools today. I've already talked to all of you on TV, so this shouldn't be too difficult. And I want to start and kind of frame the conversation like this. And Coach Frost, I'm going to start with you. As the newcomer to the Big 12 this year, you've had an opportunity to watch this league from afar. How would you describe the competitive balance of the Big 12?
Yeah, I mentioned that talking to you, just the watching from the outside. This is the one league where I feel like there's so many good schools in this league, and everybody plays well, but you can make an argument anybody in this league could win the league if they do things the right way. I think that makes for a competitive league that's a lot of fun to play and coach in and watch.
Yeah, Coach Campbell, we were talking about that this morning as well. We could list, all 8 schools represented here today could win this conference. When you have a conference that deep, with that much talent, and so many teams that can win it, how does that speak to the health of this league nationally with the other Power Fours?
Yeah, I just think it makes it really special. I think you look at the coaching staffs up here, you see the players that came with each of these staffs, and you got 8 great teams coming tomorrow. think top to bottom, you tune into a Big 12 game on a Saturday. It's going to be a really great experience, and I think it's a credit to the coaches up here and what they've built, and the coaches coming tomorrow and what they've built.
Kenny, college football is in an era completely different than 2-3 years ago. It seems like it's changing every minute. As the conference champion from a year ago and where you sit now, what do you want to see happen, not only in this conference, but in college football big picture, to ensure the health of it moving forward?
Yeah, just to create some standards, whatever it is. I don't think anybody cares what the rules are. They just want to know the rules, right? Tell us where the sandbox is and we'll play in it. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a game. I know this is a business. I know it's a profession to everybody, but if anybody who's not in this, to see a kid go from an 18-year-old kid to a 22-year-old man and enter the real world is in it for the wrong reasons. So I think people always focus on the negative and the changing of college football. The reality is we get to impact a lot of young people every single day, and we should do it with every single power that we have in our body to help these kids achieve success in life.
And when you mention rules, does that include knowing what targeting looks like, or is that a whole?
No. Okay. I have heard more positive things about losing in my entire life. That we lost the football game, unfortunately. There's no excuses. If I have better scheme on fourth down, nobody talks about targeting.
Coach Aranda, similar question in college football. We need to put the smart people in a room to get this thing figured out. What do you want to see out of the sport now moving forward?
Well, just now that we're in revenue share mode, just the enforcement, I think, is going to be the strongest thing. I think if there's rules, that everyone's following the rules, I know it would help, the programs that are represented here. If everyone's playing by those rules, and if there's people that are not, and they're trying to get this advantage or that advantage and try to go around the system, that there's some type of repercussions for that. I think that would be way helpful for us to move the game forward.
Coach Satterfield?
Yeah, I agree. I think certainly to echo off what both of the coaches said there, having some boundaries about what we have to do and what we can't do. I think sometimes, we sit here and talking like we're in the profession and we don't even know the rules. I mean, It's difficult.
Yeah.
And it's ever changing. And there's not anything that's been very stable over the last, since 2020. The things have changed so much and so fast. So hopefully we can, garner this and set some boundaries, some rules, and then there are going to be some ramifications if someone does break the rules.
Yeah, Coach Kleman, from your seat, when you look at the challenges that's presented, I mean, really with everyone, there's schools that don't have the same issues as others, but what do you think would fix and keep the sport and make it healthy?
Yeah, I think these guys have hit it on the head. We all want to play by a set of rules, whatever those rules are. The other thing I think that would, in between the lines, help our game, and we as a coaching staff decided this in May, we didn't do a coaches poll this year, and the narrative really hurt the Big 12 last year. It hurt it with Kalani, and it hurt it with Kenny for a while, and I'd like to see the first polls come out when the CFP comes out, because then you've got 7 or 8 games rather than this team's supposed to be good, we'll keep them up there, and all of a sudden they start off 1-3 and they're still ranked 15th, and somebody like Kenny could be 4-0 and not even in the ballpark. We've got to change that narrative and give everybody a level playing field now that we're in a revenue sharing era.
Coach Maguire?
Yeah, I totally agree. And then Kalani brought it up. I mean, let's decide it on the field. If we're sitting here talking about the playoffs, if you win the conference champion, you should be in the playoff. And then it's one of the deals, I know you said it a couple years ago, to where we all of a sudden now have cross-conference games that we're playing each other. I think that'd be a great way to do it. I saw Brian Kelly say he'd love to play a Big 10 team. Hey, man, I would love to play LSU, home and home series, and whoever plays that, then, we look at the rankings and everything like that.
Coach?
Yeah, I think we got 3 non-conference games, and so why don't we just play the other 3 conferences for the 3 non-conference games? Pretty simple. And to echo what all the men have said up here, the game of college football will be even better the more you include coaches in the rules and in making the legislation. All that stuff needs to include more coaches, because these men have done a great job at protecting the game of football altogether. And the one thing I do love about all of them is that they do care about the student athletes, and they're focused on getting them their degree. And so the character of the men in this the coaching staff in this conference are amazing. So with overall, Big 12 conference is a great conference. back to the question, I'm all about playing the game on the field. So let's, with the flexibility, let's try to figure out a way to get that done.
And is that an agreement amongst all of you, and that we're in a spot where we kind of don't know the criteria of getting to the college football playoff, other than we know if you win your conference, you get an automatic bid, and then there's the at-large bids. Is there something that you believe when you look at some of the other ideas being pitched around, the 5 and 11? You heard Brett Yormark talk about that today. Is that the best for college football in addition to this league?
I think it is right now. I'm on a couple of committees, and I think it is definitely right now until we can get uniformity in scheduling. You can't have some leagues playing 9 conference games and some leagues playing 8 conference games. So we've got to get on the same page there. And if we can do that, I still think if you have the 5 AQs and have 11 at-large teams, you go back to what these guys say, then you have some head-to-head matchups. And those head-to-head matchups, P4 versus P4 is going to matter.
Let me ask you this, Coach Frost. You were in the NFL a year ago. I mean, that's a professional sports league. That's the professional level of football. College seems to be trending that way. Is there anything that concerns you about where you believe the sport is headed?
Yeah, I think there's things that concern a lot of us. Coach talked about the fairness right now, and Coach talked about wanting things to be decided on the field. At least in the NFL, you know what the rules are, you know what the salary cap is. Right now, at the end of the day, things are decided on the field, but way before that, they're decided in bank accounts. And that needs to be leveled out. Like Coach said, if there's some enforcement and everybody's playing by the same rules, I think it's a better game. It's a sad state of affairs in college football if he who has the richest boosters wins, and I don't think that's where anybody wants it or where it was intended to be.
Coach Campbell and Satake, you've been in both your programs now for 10 years, kind of the dean of the coaches here on set in this league. How have you seen the Big 12? I mean, it was a few years ago, and we're sitting here thinking the Big 12 could be in trouble when Oklahoma and Texas departed to the SEC. It seemed to be expansion and realignment every 3 days. But in your 10 years, how have you seen the Big 12 position itself to where we are today?
Well, I think some foresight a little bit on, even though those rocky times have come, the foresight to be aggressive in adding the right teams into this conference. And I think, the additions that we made over the last 4 to 5 years have helped us steady the ship during a really rocky time. And not even just the quality of football program, but the quality of universities that have come into the Big 12 over the last 3 years. I think not only has it added great value in football, but it's also added great value in terms of the integrity of the Big 12 right now.
I think the level of leadership we're seeing from the Big 12, specifically from Commissioner Yormark, has been amazing. The innovation and creativity. So it fits along with what we're trying to get done on the field, and it's an easy thing for us to do. I mean, we're going into our 3rd year in the conference, but it's what our fans base have been waiting for this entire time, and I feel like we've been here the entire time, and we're loving it. So we're honored to be in this position and to be partnered up with such great coaches and universities, and we're excited about the season.
In a candid roundtable, and maybe you were asked this question this morning, maybe you weren't, but I want each of you to go down the line, and Kenny, we'll start with you. With where we are now in player movement, what candid conversations do you need to have with a player who might consider leaving or who might try to do something else? What conversations are you having with your players now that you weren't having 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, to be honest, not a lot. We returned almost everybody. Not many people wanted to leave the program. I think if you pour into people, they feel obligated to pour back into you. So I think our program's built on retention, not acquisition. I don't want to win recruiting rankings. I don't want to win social media. I don't want to be the #1 team in the recruiting. I want to be #1 in retention. I want our players to know if you come to our school, we are going to take care of you. Mm-hmm. That's it. So what conversation do I have? If you come here, I'm going to take care of you. That's it. And that's the conversation we have, but we don't have much movement unless somebody is a senior, junior, and wants to start, and he's maybe 2nd or 3rd on the depth chart. And I say, listen, you're not going to start for us. We have a guy returning. If you want to play college football, let me help you. Get you to Memphis, where a guy I worked with is the head coach. We had 2 guys in our 2 deep leave. Both of them went to go play for people I coached with that I consider mentors, Florida State and Memphis. I helped them get there.
Coach Aranda.
You know, I thought the first portal window of this past year, I felt like, hey, we've got some opportunities for guys to come in and contribute, and I felt that throughout. Just everyone was kind of in, hey, we're kind of the hunter mode. We're trying to fill some spots. We're losing guys are declaring, or guys are stepping away from football, or whatever it may be. I thought in the second portal window, I felt very much like we were the hunted. You know, there's so many of our players that were coming to me or to us and saying, hey, that there's this much money being offered to me, and I'm going to go. They're talking about me going to this league or that league, and it was it was a consistent thing just about every day. And so to be able to kind of get through that, I think we had one departure. I think speaks to what was just spoke about. I think that you have to have relationships, and it has to be bigger than football, because when the times get tough and the storms come, and everyone up here has been through all of that, it's the people are the only thing that are left, and they're the only thing that are real. You know, when all that stuff happens, the money that you're making doesn't even enter the equation. And so I think to have it where it's relationships and it's truth telling and it's transparency, and I think the people can feel when it's just transactions that are happening.
Coach Frost?
I agree with everything they said, but there's a limit to everything. If some other network offered you 4 times as much to go work for them.
I'm out. Sorry, ESPN. See ya.
Exactly. And that's where if we know what the limit everybody can spend and everybody's working with the same resources, I think you'll see a lot less transferring and a lot less movement. And that'll be good for not just college football, but for the young men themselves.
Coach Satterfield?
Yeah, I mean, very similar. I think obviously we want to retain our best players and the players that are doing the right things, but I do think honesty comes into play. I do think the way you treat your guys, hold them accountable, be disciplined with them, but be honest with them. And, the players that have left are guys that want to start, second, third year guys that want to go play somewhere and start. And I think that's what you want. That's a healthy program in my opinion, but it's mainly taking care of your guys that have done all the things that correctly for your program.
And Coach Aranda said something interesting, Coach Campbell, about the portal window. It seems to me that opens a lot for interpretation for getting your roster set, allowing these players to leave. I think it's absolutely insane that there was a team in the college football playoff that their backup quarterback hopped in the portal to get there in time for the new semester. What needs to happen in these portal windows to make it uniform to where we're not having players leave during the playoff or during big bowl games?
Yeah, and I know Chris is on these committees that works really hard to kind of, help coaches and help programs kind of align the calendar the correct way. And I think we've talked about this as a Big 12 coaches. Obviously, you'd love to have one portal window. I think every coach in America would want that. I think the reality becomes is our ability to get this calendar right. I don't think it's fair for college student athletes. I think Notre Dame and Ohio State, both their players played in the championship game, and Ohio State's already 3 weeks into the second semester. Notre Dame flies home, and their kids are going right back to campus. I think the reality of getting our calendar correct, helping one calendar window, finding at the right time for the transfer portal to be open, probably some point in January, and then helping us have that opportunity then to build our football teams from there. So I think we still have a lot of work to do in college football, get the calendar right in terms of the season, get the aligning the player acquisition correct for everybody involved, and then getting the time to prepare our teams to get ready to play, and getting those 3 things right, I think is critical for college football to be successful.
Coach Kleman, since you are in on those committees, what's the biggest prevailing question, concern that I think comes up of some of the things we've talked about up here?
I think the number one thing, and Matt said it, we have to have one portal window. We have to have only one portal window. We got to find the right time for it. There's a lot of arguments on when that right time is, but there's got to be just one portal window, and it's got to be built around the entire calendar. And whenever that portal window is, and unfortunately we're not going to decide that, it's going to be other people, but when that is decided, we're going to try to open up a calendar so that you're not locked into spring ball. Spring ball needs to be OTAs. And if I've got everybody back and I want to do everything in March and April for 15 practices or 20 practices, let me have it. If Joey loses a bunch of guys, he gets all his guys in whenever that portal win is, May or June, and he wants to do those things in June, let them do that. We're all smart enough here. We're not going to go bang heads and go full padded practices in the month of June. But that's something we don't get right now, is on-field practicing of coaching in the summer, and we think it needs to change. And that's something that's part of the portal window. We just need to have more of us coaches involved on these committees.
Coach Maguire?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think whenever you start asking, I haven't been in college football as long as these guys have, and you start asking, well, who came up with this rule? And you go, well, you have this one coach on this one subcommittee, and you call him, and he's got one vote, and everything else is administrators or anything like that aren't operating in this daily world that we operate. And so I think that's really important that we have more of a voice. And then with that, again, like somebody asked me today, who knew that the national letter of intent, whenever you sign that, didn't mean anything anymore? Like, we need to have rules that are enforced, but we also need to have real contracts that have teeth in them to where you can sign a kid and have a multi-year contract and they're feel good about that. Like, there has to be the blanket rules that are enforced. And I think if coaches are more involved in that, then you're going to have something that you can operate, because that's the world that we live in every day.
When it's all said and done, they're still amateurs. It's an amateur sport. I know rev share. There's some things that we're doing that it's a professional model, but there's still young people that are growing to become adults.
Yeah.
And the focus of the development is academic, not just only football. Getting the degree is a key, but also allowing them to develop. And I think sometimes when money enters, they're forced to grow up a lot faster than what they're ready for.
Yeah, look, and it's going to be an ongoing conversation, and we need to get the adults in the room that are there day to day to get it fixed, to get the sport we all know and love back to health. I think, you guys done with media? What's next for you? Your breakout sessions? What do you have? You all look thrilled to do it. I can't wait. Gentlemen, thank you for your honesty in the roundtable today. It's been a pleasure talking with each of you on ESPN, and we'll do this again tomorrow with the 8 representing coaches tomorrow afternoon.
Girl, shake it for me. Hot country girl. Country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. walked up in the club, I've been giving you the eye. We can dance if you want, get it crackin' if you like. Must be a full moon, feel like one of those nights. Boy, I saw you soon as you came bouncing through the door. You and your man and then just spoke over the floor. Started doing your thing, and it made me notice you even more. You turned around and looked at me, seemed as though you must have somehow been staring on the low. Something tells me you're the kind of guy I'd like to get to know. I ain't even gonna lie, since you walked up in the club, I've been giving you the eye. We can dance if you want, get it crackin' if you like. Must be a full moon, feel like one of those nights. Is this the first time that I'm seeing you around? Could you be visiting or are you new in town? Yeah, whatever the case, I'm feeling you right here and right now. And all the love you're showing lets me know that you like what you see and wanna get to know me too. This could very well be the start of something special. Happy that I met you. I ain't even gonna fool, I ain't even gonna lie. Since you walked up in the club, I've been giving you the eye. Dance if you want, get it crackin' if you like, and if you like. A full moon, one of those nights. I ain't even gonna fool, even gonna cry, even gonna lie. Since you walked up in the club, I've been giving you the eye. tries are outside the line. We've been conditioned to not make mistakes, but I can't live that way. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the wisdom, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel
All right, hello and welcome everyone. My name's Katie George and I'm thrilled to be leading and moderating this NIL panel. We're obviously living in one of the most exciting but transformational eras in college athletics. With new revenue sharing models and groundbreaking NIL opportunities, reshaping, of course, how student athletes live, earn, and spend, brands like PayPal and Venmo are stepping in to support this next chapter through a new multi-year partnership with the Big 12. We have leaders here as well as student athletes to talk about this incredible endeavor. Big 12 Commissioner, of course, Brett Yormark, PayPal CMO, Jeff Seeley, and then two Big 12 athletes, Sam Levitt and newly into the Big 12, introduced Olivia Miles. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. So Brett, I'll start with you. The Big 12 has been at the forefront of reimagining the business of college sports, much in part because of your background. Why was it important to lead on revenue sharing with PayPal, and how do you already feel like it's had an impact?
Well, first of all, thanks for being here, and thank you for being here as well. Last week, or I think it's been 2 weeks ago, we did announce a landmark partnership with PayPal. And Jeff, I want to thank you again, for being our partner. We are a conference of innovation. We want to reimagine how business is done in this ecosystem. When settlement was upon us, it was a natural fit to partner with PayPal and Venmo. When you think about PayPal and Venmo and their business, they have over 400 million customers across the globe, both consumers and merchants. They have the first and second most popular mobile payment app in the US. They are the fifth most valuable financial services company in the world. I guess the question would be, why wouldn't we partner? Okay. When we took our commercial business in-house, we wanted to partner with big brands that can make a difference in our ecosystem, support our student athletes, because at the end of the day, at the core of what we do is to support our student athletes. And this is a great partnership, one that we're excited about. And candidly, when you think about the 19.8 million students across the country that attend universities and colleges, PayPal and Venmo have about half as current customers. So it's a natural fit for them. So we're truly excited. And then lastly, I'll say that we needed to make sure that when we're moving money, we do it in the most secure, safe way possible. No one better than PayPal, Venmo.
Jeff, PayPal and Venmo are not only just entering the college space as official partners, but as a payment infrastructure. What makes PayPal the right partner to be in revenue sharing?
I think Brett touched on a lot of it, but PayPal has been around for 25 plus years now. And this is what we do. This is what we get out of bed doing every day. We process 25% of the global e-commerce market. That is trillions of dollars. And so if there's one thing that we know how to do, it's to make payments happen safely and securely. And in this new age of college athletics, with the money that's in the environment right now, it's critical that Brett finds a partner who can facilitate that the athletes feel comfortable with it. And I think this is a marriage made in heaven for both sides.
Olivia, what does it mean to you, and what has it been like being a part of the first generation of student athletes in this new space of revenue sharing?
Yeah, well, first, thank you for having me. I'm ecstatic to be here. But NIL, it's more than just a paycheck. We're able to build our brands and build our identities, especially for women in this space. Speaking from my own experience, I had the chance to go to the WNBA and stay in college, but NIL provided a lot more financial stability for me. And that's why I ultimately decided to stay in college and do one more year, just because of the opportunities that it brought and the relationships that I'm able to build. So I had 1 year to kind of maximize it, and this partnership will help me to do that even further. So.
Jeff, Venmo is deeply embedded in the lives of college students, but it's more than just being able to pay back your friend after a weekend out or whatever it may be. Tell us how you guys have woven yourselves and your product into the college campus life experience.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's, Venmo started on college campus, actually. It was built by a couple of students who wanted to work out an easier way to move money between each other. And the network has grown primarily through the college campus. And so this is a natural home for us anyway. But I think what's interesting is that what we're doing with Venmo now is effectively following the behavior of our customers. So I'm sure many of us here and watching will have Venmo accounts, and we will sit on a balance in that account. And we're often looking at it thinking, well, I kind of want to spend that money. I'd like to go out and do something with it. And this is increasingly the behavior that we are seeing, and therefore we are supporting with Venmo, which is whether it's NIL checks or whether it's the check that you get from your side hustle or your job, then how do we enable you to spend that money and hold within the Venmo ecosystem? Because we want to decomplex our lives. So we want one place where we can manage our money, move our money around, and get rewarded for it. And that's what Venmo now does.
Brett, for you, how does the conference see Venmo adding value to the broader Big 12 ecosystem?
Well, listen, the relationship is going to start on campus with student athletes. But when you think about the ecosystem that we live in, it's the students, it's alumni, it's parents. So I look at, Venmo and PayPal really infusing themselves across the entire ecosystem, and it's going to make some of the key stakeholders move money in a more easy and efficient manner. And candidly, for someone like myself, I just picked up my Venmo debit card. Okay, so life is going to be a lot easier for me as well. So I'm excited about that. So again, I think there's value creation across the entire ecosystem.
You're a natural salesman, I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Jeff, you're entering NIL partnerships with Sam and Olivia. They're stars in their given sports. What do you envision these partnerships doing for Venmo in return?
Look, our job at Venmo is to support young people in their sort of how they get their money and how they look after their money. And I think that the privilege of us working with Sam and Olivia and others is that we can see that for real. We can see that happening. We can ensure that the payments that they're getting are safe and secure, and we can use them as beacons of ambassadors for our brand, for how others can look at Venmo and think, you know what, that's a smart way for me to manage my money. And so, yeah, we're super proud to be working with the pair of you guys, and we wish you well for the upcoming season.
Sam, how do you feel like NIL has changed the way you manage school, sports, obviously football, and just your personal brand overall?
Yeah, it's changed everything, honestly. From the place that you're going to live in to the activities that you do. So NIL has just been such a great thing for everybody because, like Olivia said, you're able to start building who you are, the brand that you build, and support people, in a great company and a household name like Venmo and PayPal. To be a part of that is pretty special, and then, it's going to be awesome. I was just thinking about the debit card. It's going to be great to, have somebody send you some money, and you get to go use that at the store to go get some snacks or whatever you need. So I'm just really excited to be a part of a group like this.
Olivia, for you, what excites you about this NIL opportunity and partnership with Venmo?
Yeah, I think it's just the seamless transaction, whether it's everyday items or it's bigger transactions. The interface is so seamless, and I've used it ever since I was young, so I'm very familiar with it. And the company and the brand as a whole, aligns with my values as a person and my brand. So I'm just excited to be a pioneer in this space and to be an ambassador for this brand and to push this brand forward and to push NIL forward.
Sam, obviously getting paid for your likeness and what you do on a day-to-day basis is incredible. It's an incredible opportunity, but are there challenges to managing being pulled in so many different directions when obviously to your day-to-day you are focused first and foremost on what you do on the football field?
Yeah, for sure. You gotta understand that, you have an opportunity to capitalize on a bunch of these different things, but you still got your own time that you have to take into consideration. You only have so much social and mental battery, so you got to choose the right people to partner with, and that's why I chose you guys, because this is such a special situation. Like I said, it's a household name. Everybody knows Venmo and PayPal, and to support that, it's a blessing for me. So now I just got to go prove it to y'all why I was the right choice.
Olivia, do you feel similarly? Obviously, student athletes have to be great time managers in general, but now adding in this whole NIL endeavor, how does that, factor into your day-to-day?
Yeah, I mean, you have to grow up. We were once kids, just running around with no money a few years ago, and then everything changed, and so we have to grow up, and it becomes a part of your brand. I have meetings with my financial advisor and my agents weekly, and that's something that I didn't know I had to worry about. So, having a relationship like this where it makes things easier, it allows a lot more time, as Sam said, to have that social battery, to have that mental battery, and to allocate my time in different ways and not have to worry about my finances as much.
Awesome. Brett and Jeff, for both of you, what's one thing you hope this new era of college sports will unlock, not just for athletes, but for whole campus communities?
Well, I'll take that first. For me, this new age of collegiate athletics is an equalizer. And I'll get more specific about settlement. This new age of revenue share, the cap, if you will, it does create a level playing field, in theory. Now it's going to be all about enforcement, but I think it gives every school, every student athlete a chance to dream big, to win championships, and do the things that they're built to do. And I'm not sure in the past system that was afforded, given pay for play. And, I advocate for NIL. I think it's fantastic that student athletes can leverage their name, image, and likeness for all the right reasons. But there needs to be guardrails, and it needs to be done appropriately. And under this new model, we're going to make sure it does. And I think that creates a level playing field for all institutions and all student athletes where they can continue to dream big and win championships. And most importantly, be the best version of themselves.
Sam, Olivia, we thank you both for joining us today. Thank you so much for the time, and we wish you the best of luck in your upcoming seasons.
Thank you guys so much.
You're welcome. And then now we'd like to open it up for questions for obviously Brett here and Jeff on this incredible partnership between the Big 12 and PayPal and Venmo. So if you have a question, please raise your hand, and then we'll direct it towards Brett and Jeff.
And if no one has a question, that's okay, but I will report that on July 1, WVU used the HyperWallet solution to pay their student athletes, and it was executed flawlessly. And that's just the beginning of what I think is going to be a great partnership. So excited about our future with PayPal. And, we bet on people, not places, and we bet on the right partner here.
We've got a question out here, about 5-6 rows back. Hi.
Hi, Commissioner Yormark, you just spoke there about the need for enforcement in the new setup with the House settlement and the CSC. So many athletic directors across the country have said they're excited for this new era. How do you make sure that their public statements match what they're doing behind the scenes? Because everyone's trying to create their own advantage in college sports, and cheating's been a part of the culture of college sports as much as free speech is in America.
I can't speak for other conferences or other ADs, but I can tell you that from a Big 12 perspective, our ADs wanted rules, and we're delivering those rules. And as I said earlier today, it's progress over perfection. And I am very confident in Brian Seeley and the College Sports Commission that we will enforce the rules. And for those that try to break those rules, though, it'll be very punitive. And I'm excited about our future and excited about the guardrails that have been put into the system.
We have a question back here.
Thank you both for doing this. With this partnership and the tool that Venmo and PayPal are there safeguards in the system to prevent payments that fall outside of what's allowed, and does this enable schools to monitor where athletes are getting money from?
So look, Venmo is the Venmo system, and so what we do is enable payments to happen, and the transactions that happen between two different parties are absolutely confidential.
We've got a question here on the left side.
Yeah, Barry Trammell, Tulsa World. Brett, you talked about the guardrails. How are you going to stay out of court? We've been going to court for years and years and years, and can't stay out and can't win when you get there.
Barry, it's a good question. I mean, all I can say is that we've got a system in place right now that I'm excited about. I'm excited about CSC. I'm excited about how revenue share is going to be managed, how we're going to execute the clearinghouse to make sure that there is no cap circumvention and that good NIL is truly good NIL. What comes as a result of that, I can't speak to that. But I am very excited about the new model. We have worked very diligently, the 4 commissioners, on making sure that we've got the right blueprint for the future. And again, I think Brian Seeley, as the CEO of CSC, brings a lot of credibility, and I'm excited about the model. But I want to also state that it's progress over perfection. It's not going to be perfect. I've said that from day one. Over time, it will be. But we are making huge progress, and I'm excited about that. But thank you for your question.
Got a question over here, far left.
Brett, Jake Hatch, Locked On Podcast Network. I wanted to ask you, in terms of Venmo, I came in late. Are all Big 12 schools going to be utilizing this platform to pay their players?
Yes, they are.
And the other thing is, you mentioned West Virginia doing it day one.
West Virginia got out of the gates early because they had to make a payment on July 1 to their student athletes. So they were the first to experience the hyperwallet solution, and it went extremely well, and it was flawless.
Now, in terms of the future, is this going to be all transactions across all Big 12 teams will be going through?
Institutional payments made by schools to their student athletes will be made via the hyperwallet solution. Thank you.
Any other questions for Jeff or Brett? Well, I'm just curious, to follow up on that question for you, Jeff, do you see concentrations, like you guys have the analytics and demographics of all of your Venmo users, I would imagine. With this partnership with the Big 12, has it grown your users in a certain maybe area or city that you necessarily didn't have already carved out?
Well, we are obviously just getting out the gate for the first time this season, but we expect, what you're seeing in front of you is the branded debit cards, and, what we want to see is obviously adoption of these school-branded debit cards, and then the usage of those cards for people to spend their balance. So, yeah, we expect to see some good upside on our business from where these schools are located, but not only the schools, the families of the kids, the alumni of those schools, and then the broader college fan base. So, fingers crossed.
I'll just add that we made the announcement 2 weeks ago. And within, I think, 24 hours of the announcement, PayPal, the app historically was about number 22 as far as the most downloaded free app. It went to 9. So it's starting to resonate already in our ecosystem. It's early, but we're excited about how we can move that business.
So what you're telling me is I was 10 years too late and in the wrong conference. Any other questions for Jeff or Brett? One way in the back. How are you?
Way back. Michelle Montaigne, WFAA. Brett, I remember, I think it was your first year as commissioner, you came in with these grand gestures of different things for the Big 12 championship and just your plans for the conference. I'm wondering how much of your emphasis now and time is put towards NIL versus the other initiatives that will keep the Big 12 really as a relevant conference?
Well, first of all, you're right. I came in, I was ambitious, but a lot of it came to fruition. And I say that in a very humble way. I've got a great team that works with me. And as I said earlier, it's 3 years, August 1. And to think about where this conference has come from and where we are today, I'm really proud. Proud of our progress, proud about how we're on the consciousness of current and future student athletes, how we've modernized and contemporized who we are, how we're resonating both nationally and internationally, and most importantly, where our profile is today. But your question about where our emphasis is, I will tell you that everything matters today. So growing our commercial business, growing our brand, supporting NIL, all of it matters. And we're working diligently to make sure that we're creating value in all those buckets. So thank you for your question.
Thank you both so much for your time and for the conversation, and congratulations on this new partnership and relationship. I wish you both the best success.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate it very much. Hope you have a great day.
Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.